Chapter 2197. Sir, you're going to open the Death's Gate. Kong Shengming and the others were taken aback. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. Yi Tianyun was going to open the Death's Gate. No matter how they looked at it, Yi Tianyun didn't seem like a member of the Death Clan. There was no aura of the Death Clan at all. Even the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon didn't have such an ability, right? If he really had such an ability, wouldn't he be fighting with the Death Clan? Yes, I'm going to open the Death's Gate. That way we can get out. Yi Tianyun smiled and explained, this is the method I mentioned. It's also the reason why we rushed in. We just rushed in and opened the Death's Gate. That way we can get out. That's right. Sir, how did you open it? Kong Fengshen was very curious about this. He wanted to see how other people besides the Death Clan managed to open the Heaven's Gate. Even in the Death Clan, there were only 2 people who could open the Death's Gate, let alone others. Apart from Kong Fengshen and Kong Shengming, the others couldn't open the Death's Gate at all. One could imagine how difficult it was. It's very simple. Just open it like this. Yi Tianyun didn't continue to keep them in suspense. If he continued to be so long-winded, he was afraid that the barrier would be broken. What he was most afraid of was attracting divine, star-venerate powerhouses. That way, they might fall instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand in the void and tapped it lightly. Actually, he was just putting on an act. Immediately after, a crack slowly opened in the void in front of them. What came from that crack was the surging life aura. Without a doubt, that was definitely the world outside the Death's Gate. Although they didn't know which region it was, at least it wasn't the Death region. They were all stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyun could really open it. Moreover, he did it so easily. It was definitely the first time they had seen something like this. Hurry up and go in. My Death's Gate can't last for too long. Yi Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Death's Gate. Fortunately, it wasn't like the Divine Jade token from before, which could only allow one person to pass. The Death's Door could allow people to pass through at will, but it didn't last long, only for a short while. A short while was enough for them to cross over. All right, let's go now. Kong Fengshen and the others didn't care about how Yi Tianyun managed to open it. Each and every one of them quickly rushed inside. Some elders who were unable to move were lifted up and rushed inside the Gate of Death. At this moment, they heard dong 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 sounds. The vengeful spirits outside the barrier felt the rich life energy coming from the door of death. They all became crazy and wanted to break through the barrier and rush in. However, before they could rush in, Kong Fengshen and the others had already entered the Death's Door, leaving only Yi Tianyun outside. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze directed in his direction. When he turned his head, he saw a relatively complete soul body standing outside the shield and staring at him. It was very different from the other vengeful spirits. Not only did it have a complete body, but its eyes also had some divine light. The most terrifying thing was its cultivation. Divine Star Venerable. The soul of a divine. Star Venerable. He didn't expect to see the soul of a divine, Star Venerable, before he left. Yi Tianyun immediately became vigilant, but he wasn't too worried. As long as he took a step forward, he could easily enter the Death's Door. Even a divine, Star Venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. However, this divine, Star Venerable's soul didn't break the barrier. Instead, it looked at him from afar. It even suddenly smiled at him and opened its mouth to say something, but no sound was transmitted. Yi Tianyun read the meaning it wanted to express from its lips. I'll wait for you to come in again. Yi Tianyun was startled. Wait for me to come in again. What did that mean? He didn't think too much about it. To avoid future troubles, he quickly stepped into the death's door. Who knew if this divine, Star Venerable's soul would suddenly rush in? Anyway, it was best to leave first. After he entered, the death's door quickly closed, and everything was under his control. If he wanted to close it quickly, he could close it quickly. After it closed, the vengeful spirits surrounding this place finally broke through the barrier. Without the elders maintaining the barrier, they naturally broke through immediately. After breaking through, they madly burrowed their way over, but there was no sign of them. They could only circle around the side and leave, not continuing to stay. At the same time, that divine Star Venerable's soul also disappeared, as if it had never been there. After passing through the death's door, Tianyun returned to the outside world. The world they were teleported to was neither Scarlet Moon Planet nor Desolate Dragon Planet. It was a relatively barren area. No matter where it was, at least it wasn't inside the death's door. There were so many great Star Venerables here. No one could do anything to them, no matter where they were. We finally escaped. It was as if they had survived a disaster. All of them greedily absorbed the life aura around them. It felt very uncomfortable to stay inside without this life aura. Now that they could escape, they felt that they were really lucky. They all thought they were dead, but they didn't expect to come out alive. After sighing, they all focused their attention on Tianyun. If it weren't for Tianyun, how could they have escaped? Thank you for saving us, my lord. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have died inside. Kong Fengshen's body swayed as he came before Tianyun. He slowly knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Kong Fengshen, the leader of the Death Clan. I'm the descendant of the Death Divine, general under the command of the five-colored Emperor Dragon." The others knelt down one after another. Even if they didn't know what kind of person Tianyun was, he was worth trusting since he had saved them. Kong Shengming also knelt down. She no longer called Tianyun young master, Ever since he showed his unique Star Dharma idol, she knew she couldn't call him that anymore. "All of you, please get up." Tianyun stretched out his hand and lifted them up. He had subdued them so smoothly that he thought they would be rejected. It didn't seem that difficult at all. After all, it had been a long time. Plus, he was an inheritor, not the real body. However, he didn't expect it to be so easy. He had thought too much. It's really magical. I didn't expect that my lord could really open the death's door. How did he do it? This was what they were most curious about. After all, it was exclusive to the Death Clan. Chapter 2198. After listening to Tianyun's explanation, they came to a sudden realization. If they used some special methods, they could indeed open the door of death. However, there were some restrictions, and the price to pay was not low. In any case, Tianyun's situation was a little special. However, Tianyun was on their side. It did not matter what the details were. In any case, he was not an enemy. Let's not talk about this for now. How did you hide in the door of death? Tianyun was more curious about this. It's a long story. Everything was caused by the Giant Beast Clan. Kong Fengshen's tone became cold. The eyes of the other elders were filled with cold-killing intent. The Giant Beast Clan had always been their mortal enemy. Giant Beast Clan. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He had speculated before, but he did not expect it to be the Giant Beast Clan. "It's really the Giant Beast Clan," Kong Shengming exclaimed. She had not thought about it before. After hearing what Tianyun said, she only felt that it was possible. Now that it came from her father's mouth, she was really shocked. Ever since that battle, the Giant Beast Clan had declined rapidly. There was not much news about them. Now, They had rushed over and forced the elders and clan leader of the Death Clan to retreat into the Door of Death. One could imagine how fierce they were. Yes, it's really the Giant Beast Clan. We did not think that it would be the Giant Beast Clan. We thought it was those ordinary cultivators who wanted to capture our clansmen and resurrect them. After the clan collapsed, the real mastermind took action. They all have the appearance of cultivators. Under normal circumstances, it is really impossible to distinguish them. Kong Fengshen's eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Until now, he had not recovered from his shock. Everything was too shocking. Their appearance is similar to cultivators, Kong Shengming exclaimed. She was shocked by these words. Doesn't that mean that we can't distinguish them? They appeared in front of us casually. We thought they were friends, but they were actually enemies? Yes, it is only when they reveal their strength that we can easily distinguish them. Under normal circumstances, they really are similar to cultivators. Kong Fengshen's expression was solemn as he said, "We've been tricked. I'm afraid that our so-called friends from before are actually members of the giant beast race. In other words, some of the cultivators we recommended were from the giant beast clan, which led to the collapse of our death clan." Kong Fengshen had already roughly guessed everything. It was very obvious that the giant beast race had come to attack. Yes, they are gradually evolving into a cultivator state. Not only does it have the body of a cultivator, but it also has the perfect physique of the giant beast clan. The combination of the two can be said to be perfect. Yi Tianyun raised his hand, and a recording crystal appeared in his hand. Following that, rays of light circulated, and the battle between him and the gigantic divine beast was played. The appearance and state of the giant divine beast were perfectly presented for them to see clearly. Back then, the giant beast race that I encountered was already in this state. Their evolution was quite perfect. It was indeed difficult for ordinary cultivators to distinguish them, especially when he doesn't release his aura. It's really hard to detect. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw that their faces were very solemn. This matter could be said to be quite serious. He did not expect the giant beast race to make a comeback and to be so ferocious. It seems that the situation is very serious. However, the inheritor of the five-colored emperor dragon has already appeared. Doesn't this just prove one thing? The changes in the giant beast race have caused His Excellency to appear. Kong Fengshen looked at Yi Tianyun with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "His Excellency appeared because he wants you to lead us to fight against the giant beast race again." Yi Tianyun was stunned. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that from the moment he came up, he had the five-colored emperor dragon's starry dharma form, as if it was the will of the heavens. Could it be that I really have to carry out this unfinished battle? That battle back then did not completely end, but it ended in a draw. As the giant beast race was relatively small in number, they were fighting against all the cultivators, which was why they appeared so weak and quickly went into hiding. Now that they had made a comeback, the momentum they brought was very shocking. If they were not careful, they would probably devour all of them. His thoughts shifted to the Ghana patriarch, who had recruited the descendant of the former divine general into his faction in advance. Now that the Death Clan had joined in, more and more forces had joined in, and their troops were constantly strengthening. Let's gather all the clansmen first. The situation is not very optimistic. Now that we are not sure what they are doing, let's gather all the clansmen first. Yi Tianyun did not think too much about it. Now that the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, he should gather the rest of the clansmen first. The others nodded. Everything had happened too suddenly, and they did not know what was going on. Therefore, they could only put everything aside and settle down first. Immediately after, they quickly rushed to the previous gathering place and met up with the other clansmen. When the other clansmen saw that the tribe leader and the others were safe, they were surprised and happy. They did not expect that they would really be rescued. Kong Yeyue and the others hugged their parents and cried nonstop. Everything was too shocking, and they had almost been separated by life and death. All the clansmen should be here, right? Tianyan glanced around. There were indeed not many people from the Death Clan. In fact, it was a little small. No, there are still a few people who were captured. Before we entered the door of death, they were captured, and we do not know if they are dead or alive. Kong Fengshen said, "Who are they?" Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This way, he could find the giant beast clan through the captured clansmen. Immediately, Kong Fengshen said the name, and Kong Shengming was full of anticipation. She knew that Yi Tianyun would be able to find his clansmen through the name. If he could find the giant beast clan by following the clansmen, it would be even better. When Yi Tianyun searched according to the name, he found that he could not find them. "I can't find them." Yi Tianyun's face sank. "You can't find them?" Kong Shengming asked doubtfully. "Lord, can't you find them through the name? Why can't you find them?" "There is only one possibility, and that is that they are dead. If they are dead, they will disappear completely. Naturally, I can't find them." Yi Tianyun shook his head. "If they were dead, what name would they have?" "That means they are all dead?" Kong Shengming and the others were stunned. There were quite a few names reported. "Yes, I can't find any of them. They might have been devoured by the giant beast clan, and they are probably worried that they will be found." Yi Tianyun sighed. He thought that he could find the giant beast clan by following the name. As long as he was alive, he would be able to find the location immediately. Chapter 2199. Such heavy news made the Death Clan members feel even more depressed. The Death Clan had already suffered losses. Now that more of their clansmen had died, their mood was quite heavy and sorrowful. The Giant Beast Clan was quite cautious. They would kill anyone who was not a key figure. They did not know if the Death Clan had any special means of communication. If they secretly contacted them, it would be equivalent to exposing their location. "If only I knew the name of the Giant Beast's clan." Yi Tianyun shook his head. If he knew the name of the Giant Beast's clan, he would be able to find them immediately. However, how would he know? The information was immediately cut off, and they could not track the mysterious Giant Beast clan. Yi Tianyun guessed that this group of giant beasts was definitely not from the giant divine beast domain. It was another group that had hidden quite deeply. It was impossible that there was only one group of giant beast clan. There were many of them, just that they were distributed in different areas. Based on the current situation, they will definitely take action again. It's just that I don't know when. Yi Tianyun frowned. If we can capture one of the giant beasts clan alive, as long as he could capture one of them alive, he could use the super soul search to dig out all his plans. However, where could he find the giant beast clan now? If it's the giant beast clan, we can lure them out. Kong Shengming interrupted. As long as I am the bait, we can lure the giant beasts clan out. In the end, they still want to open the door of death and cause this world to become chaotic. Currently, only the clan leader and I can open the door of death. Let me lure them, and they can make a move. At that time, we can take advantage of this opportunity to capture them alive. If I am captured, they will definitely not kill me directly. How can I open the door of death? At that time, let the Lord find me. Kong Shengming's plan was quite good. She even made use of Yi Tianyun's ability. It was not scary to be captured. Instead, they could even find their lair. No, if you are the bait, it will be very dangerous. If I am to be the bait, it should be me as the clan leader. Not you. Kong Fengshen shook his head and refused. From their point of view, patriarch, you've already died in the door of death, or you won't be able to come out immediately. Your sudden appearance will undoubtedly make them suspicious. I'm different. I've always been outside, so it's not surprising that I've been found. I'm the perfect bait. Kong Shengming spoke logically, perfectly refuting her father's suggestion. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but take another look at Kong Shengming. He had to admit that her plan was pretty good. Based on the current situation, this was the only way to quickly obtain some information. If there was no effort, how could there be any return? Only by quickly grasping the other party's movements could he kill the other party in the cradle before the other party made a move. All right, let's do that. Yi Tianyun didn't think too much and immediately made a decision. The situation was urgent, and he had no choice but to do so. I dare say that I can guarantee your safety. If I can save you once, I can save you twice. Milord, of course, you are trustworthy. Kong Shengming smiled faintly. They all knew what Yi Tianyun intended. He just wanted to capture the gargantuan beast race and interrogate them. Even if they could not interrogate them, they could still obtain some information by searching their souls. That was better than not knowing anything. In that case, let's start making the plan now. Make everything perfect. A gleam flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes. Everything had to be done immediately. In one of the lower middle-class clans of Scarlet Moonstar, the security was extremely tight. Many cultivators patrolled the area. However, their cultivations were rather low. The strongest was just a star venerate, and some were not even star venerates. For the security to be so tight, they had to be protecting something. Suddenly, a light barrier descended from the sky, encasing the entire area. The guards at the side all sensed that something was wrong. They quickly raised their heads and saw 3 figures appearing at the side. A terrifying aura was being released in their direction. The guards' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated in fright. They stammered, Who are you?" they asked as they quickly retreated. They were not guards at all. They were deserters. The 3 figures ignored them and directly walked towards the palace. One of them stretched out his hand and slammed the sturdy door. Using brute force alone, the door was smashed into pieces. The guards were dumbfounded by such a sight. They knew this gate was made of a special material, and even a Star Venerable would need to exert a lot of effort to break it. To the intruder, a single palm strike was all it took to shatter the door. How could they dare to chase after them? They could only escape quickly. However, when they tried to escape, they discovered a barrier around them. No matter how they attacked, they could not break it. This is a barrier created by the verbal compliance law. We can't break it. The verbal compliance law meant that they were at the level of a great Star Venerable. The 3 intruders swaggered in. One of them said in an extremely displeased tone, "I really didn't expect such important people to be captured by a small clan. Third brother, it's luck. I guess the princess was injured. That's why she was captured by a small clan. Forget it. It's fine as long as we found her. We couldn't detect her aura. I didn't expect to find the princess here. It took us a lot of effort. Even though we have some abilities of the Death Clan, we still can't detect her completely." They were annoyed and felt it was a waste of time. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the palace. They all stretched out their hands and pushed the door open. No matter how thick it was easily pushed aside by a single slap. Finally, he came to a secret room and saw that Kong Shengming was locked up inside. There were densely packed cages around her, trapping her inside. "You are here again. No matter who comes, I won't compromise with you," Kong Shengming said fiercely. "Ha, we don't need you to compromise." One of them laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Kong Shengming. A strong, grand star, venerate energy wrapped around Kong Shengming. He crushed the cage in an instant and tried to grab Kong Shengming. Before they could reach her, several figures appeared and attacked the three of them at the same time. It happened so suddenly that the three of them were blown away before they could react. They crashed into the walls and collapsed, many of them. What's going on? They crawled out of the deep pit in shock. They were unscathed. When they looked forward, they found several great star venerables had surrounded them. Chapter 2200. This was a very simple plan. They just needed to find an ordinary small clan and imprison Kong Shengming there. This way, they could create a situation where she was imprisoned and deceive the giant beasts. They did not leak any information. Yi Tianyan made a bold guess as to whether the giant beasts could find Kong Shengming. He did not know if they could sense her with just a bit of her aura. If it was really impossible, he would leak some information. Who would have thought that they would really be sensed, and the three behemoths would come knocking on their door and very successfully step into the trap? Their appearances have changed, but their intelligence has not improved much. This was the highest evaluation Yi Tianyan gave them. Their appearances had changed, but their intelligence had not improved much. If they had fallen into the trap so easily, they would have broken through to the great star venerate level for nothing. However, there was one thing that shocked the Death Clan. They could really find them just by sensing them. If they had not concealed anything, they would have been found easily. Big brother, it seems like we have fallen into a trap, a giant beast next to him shouted. Nonsense! Do you think I need you to tell me that? The giant beast on the other side scolded angrily, looking at this situation. Who wouldn't know that they had fallen into a trap? I did not expect you to come out of the gate of death. How did you do it? When the leader of the giant beasts saw Kong Fengshen, his pupils constricted. He had thought there was no hope. He had not expected Kong Fengshen to come out. I don't think there is any reason to explain too much to the giant beasts. Kong Fengshen snorted coldly. He quickly released the aura of death from his body, which surged into the surroundings. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could not conceal his great power. The other elders of the Death Clan also burst out. They were even more furious when they faced the giant beasts. They wished they could tear the giant beasts apart. They had always been mortal enemies. Now, they had even caused the Death Clan to fall apart. Fortunately, the Death Clan had gathered back. However, the Death Clan's tribe was completely gone. It would take a long time to rebuild it. All these things added up and raised their anger to the extreme. Do you think you can beat us just because you have more people? The three of them were not afraid in the slightest. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Their bodies twisted, and a crackling sound immediately rang out. Following that, their bodies enlarged, and a little of their original appearance was revealed. The leader was the astral flame beast. Its entire body was covered in flames, and anything it touched would turn to ash. It was the strongest among the three beasts, a late-stage grand star, venerable. The other two also released their strongest powers. They were the astral water beast and the astral earth beast, three different types of giant beasts. These three giant beasts were actually three brothers. They really had different attributes. Possessing unparalleled strength and being able to use martial arts, it was indeed extremely troublesome. This was also the reason why they weren't afraid. With all sorts of advantages, even if they had to face more enemies, they wouldn't be afraid. I think that with more people, we can indeed defeat you. Or rather, we don't need that many people to defeat you. Yi Tianyan walked over and smiled at them. He hadn't expected that a simple trap would catch three big fish. However, he only needed one. In any case, the memories that they knew should be about the same. He only needed to keep one. Not from the Death Clan. The astral flame beast sized him up, its eyes filled with burning flames. The Death Clan has hired helpers? What a joke. If we could defeat you once before, we can defeat you again, now. Hee, let's see how you can escape this time. You passed through the door of death before, so you definitely can't open it this time. You should be able to fight to your heart's content, right? The astral water beast's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The giant beasts were warlike. They were covered in blood, and they wanted to fight to the death. You plan to surround us? Let's see if you can really surround us. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have needed to set up any traps. We would have come to you directly. The astral earth beast's earth-attributed energy enveloped him in layers. It looked like his defense was quite shocking. All right, don't talk nonsense with them. Let's fight. The astral flame beast said with a grin, we only need to keep the princess and the chief. We will eat the rest. The next second, they rushed out in all directions. They focused on the Grand Star Venerables with lower cultivation. They killed some elders first, leaving Kong Fengshen and Kong Shengming alone. Looks like we have been underestimated. Yi Tianyun cracked his neck. He took a step forward, and the seven-colored king dragon's star Dharma idol burst out. Use your astral power to help me. Yes, your excellency. They had already made a plan. They followed Yi Tianyun's instructions and released their astral power to cover this area. Yi Tianyun devoured the astral power of 4 experts without hesitation. He integrated them into the starry sky realm above him. His astral power quickly reached 60 cubic meters. He looked down on everyone. It's the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor. Now, they finally knew why a cultivator had come with the Death Clan. It turned out he was the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor. Their eyes turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Kill him. Kill him first. Don't leave any trouble behind. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon had always been their biggest enemy. As long as the inheritor showed up, they would kill him without hesitation. However, the murderous intent in their eyes was soon filled with fear. After Yi Tianyun turned into the 7-colored Emperor Dragon, he aimed at the Gang Water Beast with the lowest cultivation and suppressed it. With the most shocking speed and the most brutal power, he directly launched a fierce attack. Dong! The Gang Water Beast was smashed to the ground by Yi Tianyun's palm. Its powerful body was badly mutilated, and it was almost smashed into meat paste. So what if it was a giant beast? If it had the same cultivation as Yi Tianyun, it would be completely crushed. That was 60 cubic meters of astral power combined with crazy mode. The increase in power was far beyond what the Gang Water Beast's body could resist. You want to kill me? With just this bit of strength. It's still too far away. Yi Tianyun grinned at the Gang Water Beast under his feet. His smile was not so beautiful when he turned into the 7-colored Emperor Dragon. It was full of dragon might. Chapter 2201. Ding. Successfully killed Astral Water Beast. Obtained 1 billion star energy points and 1,000 killing points. Obtained Astral Water Beast's bloodline. Astral Water Divine Stone, rare. He had easily killed the Astral Water Beast and harvested a large amount of star energy. Killing Great Star Venerables gave him a lot of star energy. Compared to ordinary Star Venerables, he had gained a lot. Third brother. The Astral Flame Beast and the Astral Earth Beast cried out in grief, feeling inconsolable. I'm going to kill you, you 5-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor. The Astral Flame Beast flew into a rage, and a change occurred behind him. A special figure appeared and turned into a giant Astral Flame Beast. He had ignited his own bloodline in order to stimulate an even greater power. He had never fought Itianyun before, but he was so furious that he could not care less. He wanted to use his strongest killing move to kill Itianyun. If you want to kill the Lord, you'll have to ask us first. Kong Fengshen and the others intercepted him. Even if they had not recovered from their injuries, there were still a lot of them. Intercepting them was not a problem. After they gathered, they quickly released a thick aura of death. Everywhere it went, life force was extracted. If one got close, they would feel as if their soul was about to be extracted. Surrounded by the thick aura of death, the astral flame beast was immediately trapped. Even if his flames were shocking and could easily burn through the aura of death, he could not rush over immediately. After all, there was too much aura of death. It would take some time to burn through it. Astral flame world burning. The astral flame beast roared and directly displayed a celestial river-level martial art. Flames swept out from the void and quickly burned away the surrounding death aura. This was a giant beast that had a cultivator's martial technique. Combined with the giant beast's endless power, it was like a moving energy crystal. They were very powerful and had enough star power to sustain them in battles for a long time. It was like a child competing with an adult in terms of stamina. The child would definitely not be as strong as the adult. The giant beast's stamina was equivalent to that of an adult's and could last for a long time. If they used the same move, they could use it for a longer period of time. This was the best example. The astral flame beast madly spewed flames all the way, never once stopping, incinerating the surroundings and burning the void. He's really too strong. The faces of Kong Fengshen and the others changed. Judging from the current situation, they wouldn't be able to hold on for too long before the encirclement was easily broken. This was also related to the fact that they weren't very good at fighting. The Death Clan wasn't particularly outstanding in terms of fighting. Their focus was on resurrection, and everything else was relatively mediocre. Whether it was martial arts or physique, they weren't particularly eye-catching. To put it bluntly, a logistics team couldn't possibly be the vanguard, right? The main reason was that the astral flame beasts were too heaven-defying. They were basically invincible existences at the same cultivation level. No wonder they were not afraid of so many grand star venerates. With such power, they could leave whenever they wanted. No one could stop them. While the astral flame beast was trapped, the astral earth beast was not. Enraged, the astral earth beast also stimulated its bloodline power and charged at Itianyun. It seemed like it had forgotten all its moves and only knew how to charge. Die! The astral earth beast roared furiously and charged at a shocking speed. Itianyun immediately saw through the trick. It wasn't that the astral earth beast was so enraged that it couldn't even use its moves. Instead, the protective shield on its body was its strongest killing move. The thick earth-attributed light shield was comparable to a shocking shield. If the shield hit him, he would definitely be smashed into minced meat. That wasn't the key point. The key point was Itianyun quickly pressed down with his claw. When he wanted to send the astral earth beast flying, he slapped his claw heavily on the earth-attributed light shield. Then a dong sound rang out, and an extreme rebounding force jolted his palm. With a boom, Itianyun was sent flying. A part of his attack even bounced back to his body. It's really sturdy. Itianyun's eyes flickered. He knew that there was a trick to this shield. The biggest trick was to reflect damage. This was the reason why the astral earth beast dared to charge at him. It could reflect any attack. If it was close combat, it would die even faster, especially after being reflected by his own attack and then being hit by the astral earth beast. It would suffer 2 consecutive attacks. At that time, Even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. This was the case now. After the astral earth beast reflected Yi Tianyun's attack, it charged at Yi Tianyun at a shocking speed. It was like a huge Saturn trying to send him flying. Kong Shengming and the rest saw this, and their hearts jumped to their throats. They were all frightened by this scene. Their previously undefeated battle strength was ineffective against the astral earth beast. Kong Shengming and the rest saw Yi Tianyun fighting alone with the astral earth beast and felt very worried. Should we go and help the Lord? No need. The Lord just said that we only need to trap the astral earth beast and leave the rest to him. Kong Shengshen was also worried, but no matter what, they had to follow the plan. The plan was absolute. Unless there was an uncontrollable change, they would follow the original plan. If they changed the plan without permission, it might backfire. While they were worried, Yi Tianyun wasn't worried at all. Instead, he laughed. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a turtle shell? Immediately, Yi Tianyun transformed back to his original form. The long moon azure dragon saber appeared in his hand, flickering like a dazzling sun in the dark night. You think you can cut through my shield just by taking out a weapon? Naive. The astral earth beast didn't care that Yi Tianyun had taken out a weapon to attack it and charged forward. Chaotic 7 stars? Slash. Yi Tianyun laughed and rushed into the sky with the saber in hand. He swung the long moon azure dragon saber in his hand and slashed down heavily. All the power gathered at one point and collided with the astral earth beast's head. You dare to fight head-on with the astral earth beast? What an idiot! Don't you know that the stronger the attack, the stronger the rebound? I thought the inheritor of the 5-colored imperial dragon would be strong, but it seems like he's only SOSO. The trapped astral earth beast revealed a disdainful look. Then, the saber slashed down heavily. Boom! The violent explosion set off a huge mushroom cloud, and the two figures were sent flying. Yi Tianyun retreated a long distance and barely stopped. The long moon azure dragon saber in his hand had a small crack, which was enough to show how tough the astral earth beast was. Chapter 22:02. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They did not expect that the one who was more seriously injured was not Yi Tianyun, but the great earth beast. The astral earth beast was known for its strong defense, but now it was being easily suppressed. Its armor was cracked like a dense spider web, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. It seemed that with one more strike, the astral earth beast would be shattered. It was like a porcelain that would shatter with a touch. If he used a little more force, it would shatter completely. Roar. Impossible. How could you injure me? The great earth beast's eyes were filled with shock. It was very confident in its defense. It could even block a late-stage Grand Star, Venerable. Yet, it almost couldn't block a strike from Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun's cultivation was a little higher, it would have been cut in half. Why is it impossible? The seemingly invincible defense still has a weakness. Besides, did you think my previous attack was my true strength? Yi Tianyun spun the long moon azure dragon saber in his hand and wiped it with his hand. The chipped surface made him feel a little heartache. It had been corroded for too long, so its hardness was much lower than before. It almost broke when it clashed head-on with the great earth beast. That saber seems to be the exclusive weapon of Divine General Blue Tiger. Kong Shengming and the others seem to recognize it from the records. No, it's actually the exclusive weapon of Lord 5-Colored Emperor Dragon. It can only be used by an inheritor. However, it seems like this weapon has been corroded too much, so it's not as powerful as the records say. Kong Fengshen knew a little more, but he was still shocked when he saw this weapon with his own eyes. When Yi Tianyun used it, it was shockingly powerful. It could be said that Kong Fengshen and the others witnessed the glorious power of that era. Although many of them were no longer around, the ones that still existed were shocking enough. The great earth flame beast, who was surrounded, was shocked by this scene. He did not expect his younger brother to almost be unable to block a strike. He knew his brother's standard. Even he himself could not achieve such power in one move, but Yi Tianyun had done it. Yi Tianyun had hit the weakest point of the astral earth beast, so the effect was naturally different. His super appraisal, I wasn't just for show. It could quickly find the opponent's weak points and deal the greatest damage. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The astral earth beast seemed to have gone mad as it charged towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's attack had greatly damaged his confidence, causing him to fall into a frenzied state. His proudest move had been broken. What else could he use? Therefore, they all charged forward, wanting to fight Yi Tianyun to the death. But the more he did this, the more it was tantamount to courting death. I was waiting for you. Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently, tightly gripping the everlasting moon azure dragon saber. As long as his opponent fell into a frenzied state, he would win. If one state of mind wasn't stable during a battle, it would be the same as losing. After all, if one state of mind wasn't stable, how could one win? The astral earth beast charged over without any hesitation. Its body was full of openings. In this situation, Yi Tianyun could kill it even with his eyes closed. Die! The astral earth beast charged over again. Second brother, don't be impulsive. The great earth flame beast roared, not wanting his second brother to be so impulsive. However, the astral earth beast could no longer hear it. It only cared about Yi Tianyun and wanted to kill Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc, the long moon azure dragon saber in his hand slashed in the air, cutting forward horizontally, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The next moment, Yi Tianyun appeared behind the astral earth beast. The astral earth beast froze in midair, as if it had been frozen. A second later, the astral earth beast was cut in half and fell from the sky. Pools of blood splattered everywhere, covering the entire space. Ding! Successfully killed astral earth beast. Reward: 1. 5 billion star energy points, 1,000 kill points. Obtained astral earth beast's bloodline. Astral earth crystal, rare. Astral earth shield, rare. Killing the astral earth beast so easily, and when the astral earth beast went berserk, Yi Tianyun knew that he would definitely win. Second brother. The astral flame beast roared, and the flames in its body rose again, completely destroying the aura of death that surrounded it. Kong Fengshen and the others who had trapped it were repelled by this energy. This meant that the astral flame beast had broken free from the encirclement. In its rage, its strength increased, making the already powerful astral flame beast even more heaven-defying. Crap, he broke free from our encirclement. Kong Fengshen and the others' expressions changed. They had expected that they would be able to trap the astral flame beast for a while longer, but who would have thought that the astral flame beast would break free and charge towards Yi Tianyun? Yi Tianyun had just finished his battle, and he was about to fight the astral flame beast again. How could he win without any time to rest? I'm going to kill you. The heavenly flame beast roared and charged towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't panic at all, nor was he surprised. The astral flame beast had been on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. Now that it had been angered, it would naturally charge forward. Are you trying to court death? Yi Tianyun raised the long moon azure dragon blade and stretched it to the side. Astral flame dome. The astral flame beast turned a deaf ear to him and used its strongest killing move against Yi Tianyun. Terrifying flames surrounded everything within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Then, The flames quickly moved towards Yi Tianyun, trying to surround him and kill him. Given Yi Tianyun's current strength, it would be difficult for him to resist such a powerful killing move. Thus, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Ding. After deducting star energy, you have successfully broken through to the mid-stage Grand Star Venerable realm. After killing the 2 Grand Star Venerables, he had accumulated enough star energy to raise his cultivation to the mid-stage Grand Star Venerable realm. As long as he increased his cultivation by 1 level, his strength would increase greatly, and he would have no problem dealing with late-stage Grand Star Venerables. Boom! After breaking through, Yi Tianyun felt his body brimming with power. The 60 cubes of star energy above his head increased to 65 cubes in one go. His star energy had increased by 5 cubes, and this was not just the increase in star energy. There was also a huge increase in his foundation in other aspects. His combat prowess had increased by a large margin, and his strength had reached unprecedented levels. Chapter 2203. His lordship broke through. That's true. His lordship really broke through. He broke through just like that. He broke through in the middle of battle. It seems like he improved a lot in the previous 2 battles. When they saw Yi Tianyun break through, they all thought that he had comprehended something during the battle. According to the situation, theoretically, he had comprehended something during the battle. However, what he comprehended was star energy. After harvesting a large amount of star energy, he would successfully break through to the middle stage of the Great Star Venerable realm. When they saw Yi Tianyun break through, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With an increase in cultivation, at least the difference in combat power would not be so great. However, their hearts were still in their throats. No matter what, he was a late-stage Great Star Venerable, while Yi Tianyun was only a middle-stage Great Star Venerable. There was a realm difference between them, so it would be quite difficult to break through. However, Yi Tianyun did not panic at all. Facing the attacks that surrounded him, he quickly swung the long moon azure dragon blade in his hand and slashed forward. Break! A blade light spread in all directions and quickly collided with the astral flame beast's attack. With a boom, the 2 attacks exploded in the air and disappeared without a trace. Such a heaven-defying attack had been easily neutralized by Yi Tianyun's attack. This power is still lacking. Yi Tianyun smiled calmly. The astral flame beast's pupils shrank. It had not expected that its move would be so easily neutralized. This was a move that he had expended a great amount of energy in order to execute, yet it had been easily broken. Too arrogant. The astral flame beast charged over again. Its flames surged again, and it was still using the astral flame world incineration move. They had just learned this move, so it would be good if they could use it. It was impossible for them to be very familiar with it. No matter how they used it, it would be the same moves. If they used too many moves, it would be the same as losing. This was especially true when the difference in cultivation was not large. If they used too many moves, it would be the same as losing. This move again. Too old. Yi Tianyun laughed heartily. The long moon azure dragon saber in his hand spun in the air and quickly clashed with the astral flame beast. He didn't use too many moves. He just quickly moved around the astral flame beast, slashing at it again and again. Every slash easily landed on the astral flame beast's body. The astral flame beast seemed to have returned to its original size. It wanted to hide, but it couldn't. It wanted to run, but it couldn't. It wanted to attack Yi Tianyun, but it was easily dodged. Not only did the increase in his basic attributes increase, but his movement speed also increased significantly. Relying on his combat techniques, The astral flame beast was like a toy that Yi Tianyun could easily toy with. Kong Fengshen and the others widened their eyes in shock. Was this still the astral flame beast that had suppressed them just a moment ago? Why did it look like it was playing around now? However, when they saw the 65 cubic meters of astral power above them, they knew that a powerful force was needed to achieve such an effect. If the difference in cultivation was too great, then Yi Tianyun would be toyed with. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The astral flame beast roared in exasperation. Every time it wanted to hit Yi Tianyun, it would be easily dodged. It wanted to dodge, but it would still be slashed by Yi Tianyun. In this state, it knew that Yi Tianyun had been toying with it. It could have settled this quickly, but now it chose to torture it slowly. Go! The astral flame beast finally decided to retreat first. After that, it would think of a solution. At the very least, it would report the situation here, so that its companions would know the situation here. However, just as it was about to escape, Yi Tianyun's eyes shot out a golden light. He had finally found a flaw. He had been toying with it, but the real situation was that it didn't have a fatal weakness. As long as he couldn't kill it in one blow, it was possible for the opponent to escape. Now that the opponent was escaping, it immediately revealed its biggest flaw. As soon as the flaw appeared, Yi Tianyun quickly flipped the long moon azure dragon saber in his hand, aimed at the escaping astral flame beast, and stabbed it. Swish! A saber light flickered and drew a perfect arc in the air. In the next moment, the tough body of the astral flame beast was cut into two. In terms of defense, the astral flame beast was inferior to the astral earth beast. The astral earth beast focused on high defense, while the astral flame beast focused on high damage. Even the astral earth beast was cut into two, so how could the astral flame beast be fine? After the astral flame beast was cut into two, a soul quickly broke free from its body and fled forward. It didn't even want its body, and didn't even heal itself. Instead, it focused on escaping. But could it escape? The reason why it could escape was because Yi Tianyun had deliberately left its soul behind. If he didn't want to leave it behind, he would have killed the astral flame beast with his saber. Still want to escape? Yi Tianyun quickly caught up and grabbed the astral flame beast's soul. The soul in his hand felt very hot, like he was holding a piece of burning charcoal. The essence of the soul was filled with the power of flames. Ah, you damn cultivator, damn inheritor! The astral flame beast panicked. It didn't expect that it would be killed so easily and thought that it could escape. Even if it couldn't win, it could still escape, right? Only now did it realize that it wasn't a match for Yi Tianyun. The gap between the two was too big. Previously, it could still fight against the Death Clan. It could use its strength, physique, and newly learned martial arts to easily suppress them. When it was dealing with Yi Tianyun, it was very powerless. It was as if everything had been predicted. Whether it was the moves or the flaws, it was easily found. There's no need to die. I feel that you deserve to die more. Yi Tianyun didn't waste time with it. He reached out and grasped the astral flame beast's soul, scouring its memory. You. The astral flame beast's soul trembled, as if it was shocked by Yi Tianyun's ability. Yi Tianyun didn't wait for the astral flame beast to speak. He used his divine spirit bloodline and immediately erased the astral flame beast's consciousness, leaving behind only the purest form of soul energy. Ding! Successfully killed astral flame beast. Obtained 2 billion star energy and 2,000 slay points. Obtained astral flame beast bloodline. Astral flame crystal, rare. Astral flame, rare. After receiving a pile of rewards, Yi Tianyun didn't smile. Instead, his expression became very gloomy. My lord is truly invincible. Even the astral flame beast couldn't withstand your attack. Kong Fengshen and the others came over to congratulate him. They were all very surprised. This time, they had finally witnessed Yi Tianyun's true strength. With such a powerful inheritor leading them, why would they need to worry about the Astral Beast clan? Chapter 2204. Sir, what's wrong? Kong Fengshen and the others had a bad feeling, and it was a more serious one. Did we kill them because we used too much force and couldn't get anything out of them? We don't need to worry about that. We just need to kill them. As for the rest, we'll think about it later. Kong Fengshen and the others comforted him, wondering if Yi Tianyun had killed the astral flame beast because he couldn't hold back. In that case, they couldn't get any information. It was a pity, but there was no need to be so depressed. After all, they were Grand Star Venerables. It would be great if they could kill them. Capturing them alive would be more difficult. I already know their memories and their plans, Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice. Since you know their memories and plans, there is no need to be so depressed. What? They were all dumbfounded. They wondered if they had misheard him. He knew everything. They hadn't seen much, and they hadn't seen Yi Tianyun search their souls for a long time. How did he find out everything? It was mainly because of Yi Tianyun's super soul searching speed. He found out all their memories in such a short time. It was quite easy. Sir, do you mean you know all their memories and plans? Kong Shengming was dumbfounded. She opened her eyes wide. Yes, I know most of them. They don't know some of the plans, which is quite surprising. Yi Tianyun frowned. The astral flame beast was the leader of the three. He must know the most, or almost as much. However, after searching their souls, he found their memories weren't complete. For example, they don't know the headquarters of the giant beasts. It's really strange. Yi Tianyun shook his head. This was the strangest thing to him. This was a star venerable. A star venerable didn't even know the headquarters of the giant beasts. This was the strangest thing to him. If they wanted to go to the headquarters of the giant beasts, they would need someone to lead them there. Anyway, they didn't know. In this way, the source was cut off. They thought they could learn about the headquarters of the giant beasts through these beasts and then destroy them. However, it didn't work. The information was cut off immediately. If they wanted to find the real headquarters, they had to capture the leader. That's right. A star venerable has a high status, at least equal to an elder. An elder doesn't even know his own nest. I really don't know what to say. Could it be that he's guarding against something? Kong Fengshen and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. I'm not sure about that, but their memory is pretty much the same. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. However, there is a bigger plan, and it is very clear. What Yi Tianyun? They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. You, Yi Tianyun, Yi Tianyun, Yi Tianyun. They want to capture you and use you to open the door of death. This is indeed the case. It's just that they didn't open the door randomly, but at a critical time. Yi Tianyun's tone became more and more serious. A critical time to open the door? When is that? They frowned and thought carefully, but they couldn't think of a reason. They didn't know when to open the gate of death. Couldn't they open the gate of death at normal times? When the purple gold divinity pavilion opens, Yi Tianyun said slowly, when the purple gold divinity pavilion opens. When the crowd heard this, they were slightly taken aback. Soon after, they gasped. They didn't expect the violet gold divine pavilion to open at this time. When the purple gold divinity pavilion opens, a large number of strong fighters will come. Almost all the strong fighters of planet Red Moon will go there. If they open it at that time, won't they kill all the strong fighters of planet Red Moon in one fell swoop? Kong Shengming guessed. That's right. Yi Tianyun said, that's their plan. They want to kill all the strong fighters of planet Red Moon in one fell swoop. Even if the strong fighters of Planet Red Moon aren't united, they will gather to resist the invasion of the giant beasts. All this time, the cultivators and the giant beasts have been at odds. If they want to rule the entire planet Red Moon, they will have to kill a large number of strong fighters. The strong fighters of the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion will swarm in, and a large number of cultivators will hunt for treasures nearby. When the Gate of Death opens, a large number of vengeful spirits will swarm out. The strong fighters in the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion will have nowhere to retreat. The more Eteonian spoke, the more solemn his tone became. This was a rather ruthless plan. If it succeeded, they would be able to eliminate a large number of experts and eliminate all of them. This way, the families of Planet Red Moon would be like a group of dragons without a leader. If the giant beasts invaded, it would be as easy as chopping vegetables. As for the Wild Dragon Planet, there was no need to talk about it. The Wild Dragon Planet paled in comparison to Planet Red Moon. If Planet Red Moon was conquered, then the Wild Dragon Planet was just a byproduct. There were more than 2 giant planets in this area. However, if the 2 giant planets were conquered, it would be a convenient place for the giant beasts. I didn't expect them to know how to use the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion. We were still thinking about how to enter and snatch the treasures, but they planned to use this incident to capture us all. Kong Shengming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't succeed and didn't catch us. Yes, but they will be searching for you crazily in the coming days. Moreover, after they devoured the Death Clan, they know how to use your senses. If you are not careful, they will be able to sense your location. Tianyun shook his head and said, "The giant beasts seem to have evolved in all aspects. They are a bit like some of the disgusting races I met in the past." "What disgusting race?" they asked curiously. "The evil spirit race and the green demon race. These 2 races have similar abilities or similar thoughts." Tianyun's eyes flashed. "I suspect that they have gathered together and formed an alliance. The evil spirit race and the green demon race." Kong Fengshen and the other's eyes darkened. These 2 races are indeed disgusting and vile. However, they are much weaker than the giant beasts. Will the giant beasts ally with them? It's hard to say. They are somewhere silently strengthening themselves to an unimaginable level. Tianyun shook his head and said, "It's a pity that they are not important people. They know too little. Fortunately, they know most of the plan. At least, the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion is enough. They also want to seize the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion and have prepared a detailed plan. However, the Astral Flame Beasts and the others are not part of it." Chapter 2205. The Giant Beast Clan had temporarily come to an end, and the information was completely cut off here. Perhaps they could continue to attract the Giant Beast Clan to come and capture the Death Clan, but they believed that they would not be able to find any information, just like the Astral Flame Beast. Even such a powerful existence had no information, let alone the rest of the Giant Beast Clan. Unless the one who came was truly powerful and had an extremely high status, they might not be able to obtain enough information. All that was left was to hide and let them rest and recuperate. This time, the Death Clan had suffered a great loss. Not only was the foundation of the clan that they had painstakingly built gone, but many of their clansmen were also gone. Now, they had to rest for a period of time and wait for the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion to open. When that time came, they would definitely join it, not for the treasures inside, but to deal with the Giant Beast Clan. The Giant Beast Clan did not have the Gate of Death, but they would not give up just like that. They would definitely implement other plans. They could not let such a good opportunity go to waste. That was a plan that could capture all the powerhouses in one fell swoop. As for announcing to the public that the giant beast clan would attack the various clans, Itianyan would not announce it. It was not that he was heartless or anything like that, but his announcement would not make any sense at all. For the time being, regardless of whether they would believe it or not, just asking them not to enter the purple gold divine pavilion was enough to convince them. There were so many treasures, but they were not allowed to enter. This was equivalent to having a piece of fat meat next to their mouths. Under such circumstances, even if they knew that the giant beast clan would attack them, they would still attack without hesitation. Therefore, it was not that he was too heartless, but that no one believed him, and those who believed him would not listen to him. This was no different from not saying anything at all. Hey, what happened to me? Wasn't I already dead? What's going on? I remember that I was killed by that powerhouse. How did I come back to life? What's going on? I came back to life? In the heavenly cloud ancestral land, the Death Clan began to help Itianyan resurrect his subordinates. He had previously promised to resurrect them. Now, the Death Clan began to help resurrect them. With their ability, the souls were dragged over from the gate of death, and the murderous aura and resentment in them were cleansed. Then their bodies were reconstructed, and they were completely resurrected. This process seemed simple, but it actually took a lot of effort, especially in terms of energy consumption, which was quite shocking. As their subordinates were resurrected one by one, everyone was incomparably excited. These were their most loyal companions. How could they not care? When Itianyan saw this, he was very touched. Back then, he had wanted to resurrect himself. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to wait that long. He could just ask the Death Clan to help him resurrect. In order to avoid overexertion, the Death Clan was scattered to help with the resurrection, so the overall impact was not great. In particular, the number of revivals was not very high, so it would not affect the Death Clan much. No matter what, the Death Clan was now his own force, so he had to treat them well. Ding! You have completed the main quest, save the undead clan, and take them under your command. Reward: 5 billion star energy, 10,000 good deeds, super rare treasure, random, and 3 system evolution points. Ding! Starting to draw super rare treasure. Ding! You have successfully obtained the super teleportation godstone. Ignores all seals, can only be used 10 times. Super teleportation godstone. Itianyan was a little disappointed. Although the super teleportation godstone was very useful, he still hoped to obtain something more special. After all, he still wanted to increase his strength. Becoming stronger was the most important thing. It was a pity to rely on these things to escape. Since they had already given him them, he could only accept them. After completing the main quest, the most valuable thing was naturally the 3 system evolution points. If he wanted to upgrade crazy mode, he needed the system evolution points instead of star energy. The next level required 5 system evolution points to upgrade crazy mode. Right now, he still needed 2 more points. Tianyan, what's wrong? Shuiyun, who was beside him, saw that Itianyan's expression was somewhat serious. So she asked, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about something. The purple gold divine pavilion is about to open. When that time comes, there will definitely be a huge battle. Our force is about to face the most difficult trial." Itianyan's eyes lit up. If the giant beasts attacked, their force would definitely be affected. By then, who knew how many people would die? Yes, but don't worry. This time, we have already made sufficient preparations. You can bear witness to our hard work all these years. Shuiyun's eyes were filled with confidence. They might not be a match for Grand Star Venerables, but they would definitely have no problem dealing with Star Venerables. After so many forces joined them, their force had rapidly strengthened. They could definitely rival the mid-level families of the Red Moon planet. Now that the Death Clan had joined them, they would immediately have Grand Star Venerables. As long as they were not attacked by a terrifying force, they were confident that they could resist the shockwaves. They could even seize the opportunity to launch an attack and win a round. Okay. Eteonyan nodded. He had always believed in their abilities. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. The purple gold divine pavilion is about to open. Eteonyan looked at the purple clouds in the distance. This was a sign that the purple gold divine pavilion was about to open. This sign had appeared long ago. It made people feel uneasy. In the following time, Eteonyan also stayed quietly in his force and started a series of preparations. For example, he needed to make elixirs and forge weapons. There were too many things to prepare. He also needed to set up formations to stabilize his force so that he could deal with this attack. Many other forces also became restless because of the appearance of the purple gold divine pavilion. They were all extremely excited. Little did they know that the terrifying giant beasts were about to arrive. They had no idea. They were all immersed in fantasizing about how to earn treasures in the purple gold divine pavilion. Dozens of years passed quickly. The entire desolate dragon planet was covered by purple clouds. There was not a single place that was not covered. Even the ground had turned slightly purple. When the purple gold divine pavilion really appeared, it would be hard not to know. According to legend, the purple gold divine pavilion was built by a super expert. However, no one knew who it was. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, as if something was slowly rising up from somewhere. It's time to move. I will leave this place to you. Eteonyan turned his head to look at Shuiyun and the others, who were ready. No problem. Leave it to us. Shuiyun and the others were full of confidence. Chapter 2206. Eteonyan was not worried about Shuiyun. It was not only because his forces were growing rapidly, but also because he had made arrangements here. He had obtained many souls, and he had made them into puppets. Their cultivation was at least in the late Star Venerable realm. With so many puppets in the late Star Venerable realm here, as long as they did not run into Grand Star Venerables, they could deal with them easily. Eteonyan would not leave so easily. He would never forgive himself if something happened here. He would only leave after everything was prepared and a foolproof plan was in place. He still had the super teleportation divine stone, so he could come back at will. That was why he could leave without worry. The purple gold divine pavilion has appeared. The whole world has gone crazy. As soon as Eteonyan flew for a distance, he saw a lot of cultivators flying in front of him crazily. They had gone crazy when the purple gold divine pavilion had appeared. They all wanted to get some treasures from the purple gold divine pavilion. Any random treasure was at the galaxy grade or above. It was easy to imagine how crazy they were. If they had a few elixirs, they would be able to break through easily. They might even be able to reach the Grand Star Venerable realm. In the face of such temptation, no one could resist it. Almost all the forces had set out, no matter how strong or weak they were. They all flew toward the purple gold divine pavilion. After the purple gold divine pavilion appeared, it became rather obvious. A beam of purple light soared into the sky and pierced into the star field above. It even dyed the star Dharma forms in this area purple. Once they had a target, they all flew in that direction. As for the forces that had been looking for the purple gold divine pavilion from the beginning, some of them knew the exact location the moment the purple gold divine pavilion appeared and charged in. The first to go in would be the first to get the treasures. Of course, they could also be the first to become cannon fodder. Seizing the initiative had always been their priority. Eteonyan was not in a hurry. He did not care about the things that spilled out. He was more concerned about the treasures inside. The key was the giant beast race. This was the real problem. He did not know when the giant beast race would appear. In the astral flame beast's memory, it only said that when the purple gold divine pavilion appeared, the giant beast clan would appear to stir things up, opening the gate of death or something like that to exterminate the experts here. Now that he couldn't open the gate of death, the Death Clan was well hidden by him. He definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. Under such circumstances, the giant beast race had no choice but to change their plan. As for what kind of plan it was not something he could predict. Very soon, he arrived at the area where the violet gold divine pavilion was located. As soon as he arrived, he could see an incomparably huge divine pavilion from afar. His line of sight was almost occupied by the entire building. This was not an exaggeration. It was like a tall city wall that stood in front of them and occupied all their vision. From this, one could see how huge the divine pavilion was. It was equivalent to occupying half a planet and spanning across countless ancestral lands. Most importantly, the violet gold divine pavilion was not directly above the houses of the various factions. Instead, it was like a mountain range that extended continuously to the side. At the bottom of the violet gold divine pavilion, there were already many cultivators loitering around, waiting for the treasure to appear. As expected, the moment the violet gold divine pavilion appeared, it seemed to be announcing its arrival. Many treasures shot out in all directions. The cultivators below exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to snatch the treasures. These treasures are mine. They're all mine. Bastard, they're ours. Go to hell. These are all mine. The cultivators of many factions joined the fight. They were fighting over the treasures like crazy. Some even started fighting. The violet gold divine pavilion had just appeared, yet there were already casualties. Tianyun took a closer look. The treasures they were fighting over were all above the galaxy grade. Even the medicinal pills were not ordinary items. The violet gold divine pavilion is rich and overbearing. It just appeared, and it already scattered a pile of treasures that even Grand Star Venerables want. How shocking. No wonder there are so many people coming here. If they can get 1 or 2 treasures, that faction will prosper for a long time. Tianyun said as he looked at the crazy cultivators. They all have a reason to be crazy. However, Tianyun's real target was not the treasures that were scattered. Although the treasures were good, he was not interested in them. What he was interested in were the treasures in the violet gold divine pavilion. Those who had the same idea as him were from the large clans of the Red Moon planet. Even the large clans like the Tian clan were not interested in these treasures. They went directly to the entrance of the violet gold divine pavilion. Tianyun also flew over. Before he reached the entrance, he saw Tian Yueming and the others waiting outside. The Mu clan's Grand Star Venerables were also there. Apart from the Tian clan and the Mu clan, there were also many experts from large clans that he had never seen before. They were all Grand Star Venerables. It was rare to see Grand Star Venerables, but there were at least dozens of them. That was not all. Some had not arrived yet. Brother Yunlong, you are here. Tian Yueming smiled when he saw Tianyun fly down. Tianyun did not say his name was Tianyun. He gave them a fake name. Next to him, Mu Jiefeng of the Mu family looked over curiously. Greetings, Brother Yunlong. Elder Tian, Yueming already told me about you. We can form an alliance. I hope we can cooperate when we go in. Mu Jiefeng smiled. They were elders and clan masters of the Lu clan. Mu Jiefeng's eyes were filled with disdain as he spoke. They looked down on Tianyun. He was alone and had no companions. This kind of person had a little bit of strength, but no background. He was basically reduced to cannon fodder. Since he was cannon fodder, they had to be courteous. Otherwise, how could he work for them? That's for sure. We have to cooperate and try to get good treasures in the violet gold divine pavilion. Itianyan also smiled. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. After a brief introduction, they did not say anything else. They were not familiar with each other, and they did not intend to learn more about him. They just chatted for a while and waited for the entrance of the violet gold divine pavilion to open. The entrance of the violet gold divine pavilion was not open yet, so they could only wait outside. Chapter 2207. Many family powerhouses gathered there. The strongest among them were Grand Star Venerables, while the weakest were at least intermediate Star Venerables. These Star Venerables were the super geniuses of some families. Their families had brought them there because they wanted them to get opportunities in the purple gold divinity pavilion. As long as they got the opportunity, they would have a high chance of becoming Grand Star Venerables. No matter which family it was, Grand Star Venerables were the most scarce. It would be difficult to fill the gap if one was missing. It would take a long time and countless resources to nurture a Grand Star Venerable powerhouse. This was why it was so difficult for the Liu family or the Mu family to nurture a powerhouse, especially for the Mu family, which had lost so many Grand Star Venerables. They were heartbroken. When they came to participate in the Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion, they were not confident enough. There were not many Grand Star Venerables in the first place. There were only 3 Grand Star Venerables there. Unfortunately, they did not know that the real culprit behind this was Yi Tianyun. If they knew what he really wanted, they would really want to vomit blood. They were enemies, yet they were working together. Just thinking about it made them want to vomit blood. Apart from the Mu family and the Tian family, the other families had not seen many of them. However, he did see a few special families. There were a few extremely young people who were as strong as early-stage Grand Star Venerables. It was easy to tell that they were really young. It was not just their appearance that made them look young. When one's cultivation was high enough, they could change their appearance at will. They could look as young as they wanted. Some women even turned themselves into young girls. In fact, they were all monsters that had lived for millions of years. It was the same for both men and women. And these geniuses were really young. They were all less than 100,000 years old. This was a terrifying number for Yi Tianyun. He had been born for less than 10,000 years. Not to mention 10,000 years. He might not have even lived for 1,000 years. However, that was because he had the system. That was why he could live for such a short time. For them, if they could become Grand Star Venerables within 100,000 years, they would be super geniuses. Mu Yangsu, whom Yi Tianyun had killed, was a super genius. Unfortunately, he had killed her. The Mu family was furious. They had spent so much to nurture such a genius, but he died just like that. One could see the arrogance in the eyes of these geniuses. Apart from being interested in the violet gold divine pavilion, they had no interest in anything else. Occasionally, they would size up the other geniuses and observe them a little more while guessing each other's standard. All of them had come here to gain experience. Under the accompaniment of numerous elders, as long as they didn't court death, they would be relatively safe in the violet gold divine pavilion. There are so many geniuses, there are a few strange ones. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Among them, he saw 2 geniuses who had unique stellar laws, a man and a woman, but they weren't from the same family. If they were in the same clan, that clan would be really heaven-defying to have 2 unique star Dharma idols. A unique star Dharma idol. I've finally seen it here. Up until now, Tianyun had only ever seen a level 6 star Dharma idol. Now, it was rare to see a unique one. This was enough to show how rare this unique stellar Dharma was. The man and woman who had unique star Dharma idols were extremely arrogant. His head was so high that it almost reached the sky. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. Not only did he have a shocking cultivation level, but he also had a unique star Dharma idol. He was indeed quite amazing. What was even more exaggerated was that he was hugging two stunning beauties in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of behavior was really sharp. He didn't care about how others looked at him. He casually played with the women in his arms. His eyes were filled with evil, and he looked like he was being cynical. The other woman, on the other hand, stood quietly on the side. Her slender, jade-like hands were pinching her fingers to calculate something. It seemed like she had some ability in divination. Little sister Jing Xian, what are you calculating? Are you calculating the marriage between the two of us? Don't calculate too much. Just come with me. Both of us have unique star Dharma idols. With the two of us working together, we will definitely be able to cultivate the strongest next generation. Plus, if we work together, no one will be able to stop our attacks. Zhu Xing kept checking out Jing Xian. Jing Xian was the super genius woman. Both of them knew each other. The elders of the clan turned a blind eye to what Zhu Xing did and pretended that they did not hear anything about it. They also hoped that the two of them could get together. Unfortunately, the one in their family was too promiscuous. How could Jing Xian be willing to get together with him? If she was a normal woman, she would have already jumped on him. Cultivators didn't care about their cultivation partners or how many female partners they had. If they followed a strong cultivator, they would be able to get some benefits no matter what. But Jing Xian was different. The martial arts she cultivated were special. Plus, she was also talented. Her possessiveness wasn't weak. Jing Xian glanced at him indifferently. She didn't even bother to pay attention to him. She continued pinching her fingers to calculate something. Little sister Jing Xian, you should think about it. I think in this world, no one can be more compatible with you than I am. Zhu Xing's face was extremely thick. He wasn't afraid of being rejected at all. What he said was even more disgusting. A long time ago, I heard that in this desolate dragon star, there was a genius with a unique star transcendence. I think he will be much better than you. At least, in terms of character, he will be better than you. Jing Xian replied indifferently. Zhu Xing's face darkened. He had heard about this before. He didn't think that this trashy, desolate dragon star would have a genius with a unique star transcendence. Master, don't you want us anymore? Even if you marry Madame Jing Xian, we still want to stay with you. Piss off! Zhu Xing slapped them. The two of them were blown away. They rolled on the ground for a few times. Their beautiful faces looked like they were ruined. However, he didn't hit them too hard. He just slapped them away. Their lives weren't in danger. A genius from the desolate dragon star asked him to come out and meet me. I want to see what cultivation base he has reached. Zhu Xing's tone turned cold. He didn't like people of the same sex. Especially Jing Xian's words. They provoked his nerves. From what he could see, only he could marry Jing Xian. I feel that he is nearby. Jing Xian's hand stopped. Her beautiful eyes glanced around. Is that so? Where is he? Zhu Xing looked around but couldn't see anything. Chapter 2208. Tianyun felt he was innocent. He had been staying there, but he had been picked to cause trouble. Fortunately, that guy had never seen him and did not know who he was. Otherwise, he would have come to cause trouble for him. He pretended he did not know anything and looked over there casually. I don't see anyone better than me. Maybe he doesn't have the guts to come here. Zhu Xing snorted and said, even if he has a unique star dharma, if he is not a grand star venerable, he is just picking up trash in the periphery. This was the world of grand star venerables. Even if he did not have a grand star venerable cultivation, he would have a strong backer. In his opinion, someone born on the desolate dragon planet could not have a strong backer. There were basically no grand star venerables on the desolate dragon planet. Even if there were, there would only be one or two. I predicted he would come. He must be nearby, and his cultivation is not weak. Jing Xian added fuel to the fire. She continued to provoke Zhu Xing as if she was afraid of something else. Where? Where is he? Zhu Xing was enraged. He looked like he wanted to fight. Even if he looked like a good-for-nothing, he was still capable. I'm not sure about that. I've only divined that he's here. As for where he is, I can't divine it, Jing Xian said indifferently. If I really had to choose, I would only choose him, not you. Of course, that is because I have no other choice. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk to anyone in my current state. Zhu Xing flew into a rage. He said angrily, Good, good, good. I hope he will not disappoint me. I want to see how capable the trash of the desolate dragon planet is. Zhu Xing did not mention what Jing Xian had said. He considered Yi Tianyan his rival in love. In his opinion, Jing Xian was only interested in Yi Tianyan, not him. No one could stop this kind of genius who was too full of himself. Lunatic. Yi Tianyan, who is listening on the side, wants to hit someone. Jing Xian obviously didn't mean that. She just wanted to say that she would not choose a scumbag like Zhu Xing even if she had to choose herself. And this was based on the fact that she had no choice. If she had a choice, she didn't want to choose anyone. However, Zhu Xing had already determined that Yi Tianyan was his love rival. As long as he got rid of him, Jing Xian would have no other choice. After Jing Xian heard that, she shook her head repeatedly, too lazy to pay attention to him. She was just giving an example, but Zhu Xing was blinded by it. The elders of the two clans didn't say much. They didn't care about the geniuses of the desolate dragon star anyway. Anyway, no matter how much of a genius he was, how strong could he be? Sometimes a person's starting point was already destined to be low. With a unique star dharma idol, it would be impossible for it to grow without a huge amount of resources to nurture it. Perhaps he had already passed the best period of nurturing, so they had even less interest in recruiting him. Yi Tianyan was watching from the side. When Tian Yueming saw the two families, he revealed some fear. These two families were relatively top-notch existences on Scarlet Moonstar. They could be said to be among the best. The other side had 6 or 7 Grand Star Venerables. He was a lot stronger than them. That alone was enough to make them cautious. Brother Yunlong, do you see those two families? They are the Zhu family and the Su family. They are among the best clans on Scarlet Moonstar. They are equally strong. They also have 2 geniuses with unique star dharma idols. Please be careful in the purple gold divinity pavilion. Don't provoke them. Tian Yueming and the others reminded him. They didn't care about Yi Tianyun's life. They just didn't want Yi Tianyan to provoke the two families. It would be terrible if he brought them trouble. After all, they were on the same side. If something happened, would the Zhu family and the Su family believe them if they said they didn't have any cooperation with Yi Tianyan? Don't worry. I will pay attention to that. Yi Tianyan smiled. He knew what they were thinking. Rumble. At that moment, the purple gold divinity pavilion suddenly shook violently. Soon, golden lights shot out of the wall-like pavilion and scattered in all directions. Yi Tianyan glanced around. He knew the purple gold divinity pavilion was scattering treasures again. He saw many galaxy-grade treasures and elixirs scattered in all directions. The Grand Star Venerables were indifferent, but the families of the smaller factions in the distance started fighting over the treasures. Under such circumstances, it was better to fight over the treasures, but not to the point where they would fight to the death. The purple gold divinity pavilion would appear for a long time. During this time, it would scatter many treasures. The treasures would belong to whoever got them first. They wouldn't rush over to fight over them, unless, of course, the treasure that was dropped was something that defied the natural order. Besides, if they were really heaven-defying, they wouldn't be the ones to get them. The big families would rush over to fight over them. Normally, heaven-defying treasures wouldn't drop. The truly heaven-defying treasures were inside the purple gold divinity pavilion. The gate is about to open, someone said. Then, a gate of light slowly opened in the center of the purple gold divinity pavilion. It could even be said that this wall-like divine pavilion had a huge gate of light forcibly opened. There was no need to worry about not being able to squeeze through the huge gate of light. It could easily accommodate millions of people at the same time. All the powerhouses started moving the moment the gate opened. Even Zhu Xing, who had been frivolous, became serious. "Let's go. Don't split up." Tian Yueming and the others moved quickly and led their people in. The two big families worked together. Yi Tianyan followed them and rushed in. In the blink of an eye, all the experts in this region rushed into the light door. There were many experts here, but in an instant they were all cleared out, turning into an empty space. Not even footprints could be seen. If someone hadn't seen them go in, they would have thought that no one had been here. The other families didn't move. They didn't plan to go in either. That was the territory of the big families. It had nothing to do with them. "Elder, why don't we follow them in secretly? Even if we don't get any precious treasures, we might get some leftovers. Don't think too much. In the past, there were many clans that went in, but none of them came out. The danger inside is not something you can imagine. We should just stay here." The elder scolded his disciple and warned him not to act recklessly. All the disciples shrunk their necks, not daring to have any more thoughts. At this moment, two figures turned into two beams of light and flew into the gate of light quickly. "Elder," two people went in. "Sure, that's Lord Grand Star Venerable." They all looked in that direction enviously. Only Grand Star Venerables could go in. Chapter 2209. After Yi Tianyan and the rest entered the light door, they saw a layered structure in the blink of an eye. There were houses in all directions. When they looked up at the sky, they realized that the houses were upside down. As for the houses on the left and right sides, they were horizontal and looked rather peculiar. The most important thing was that these houses had not collapsed. Although they could also achieve such a peculiar structure, what was the point of doing so? After all, the houses above and on the left and right sides were uninhabitable. The houses were either upside down or slanted. It looked like an upside-down world. Such a peculiar structure opened Yi Tianyan's eyes. He did not expect the interior of the purple gold divinity pavilion to look like this. He thought that it would be similar to the other shrines, with all sorts of passageways. However, the reality was that the houses were upside down. Not to mention Yi Tianyan, even the rest had a strange look on their faces. Obviously, they had never seen such a situation before. They had entered the purple gold divinity pavilion more than once. However, this was definitely the first time they had encountered such a situation. This is really peculiar. The purple gold divinity pavilion has changed. It was not like this before. Everything looked quite normal. Now, the houses are slanted, and The structure is completely different. Tian Yueming frowned. It seemed that everything was beyond his expectations. Originally, as a pioneer, there would definitely be benefits for him. After all, if they knew the situation here in advance, they would be able to get ahead of the other families and head to areas that they could not go to previously. This way, they would be able to find treasures quickly. However, it was different now. Both the structure and the appearance had changed tremendously. Their previous plans had gone up in smoke. To think that they had planned so meticulously, they believed that more than one family would have made detailed plans. For example, it was useless to know which area to head to immediately after entering. In front of them was a brand new scene. They had to adapt to the environment again. If that's the case, we'll have to explore again. Mu Jiefeng frowned. They had been here before. Initially, they thought that the two families could work together to break through the deepest area. Now, it seemed that they were too naive. The Purple Gold Divinity Pavilion was not an easy place to live. Yi Tianyun rubbed his chin at the side as he observed the situation of the surrounding cultivators. Most of them were in the same state as Tian Yueming, and the rest looking dumbfounded. Those who hadn't entered didn't have much of a reaction, but those who had entered were all dumbfounded. It doesn't matter if we have to explore again. Anyway, the others are the same as us. They don't know anything. Yi Tianyun smiled. Since the starting line was the same, it really depended on their own abilities. That's true. Let's start exploring now. Now, we will split into several groups and quickly explore the surroundings. No one knows what kind of treasures or secret passages are in the houses here. Tian Yueming quickly made a plan and divided them into groups. Yi Tianyun and Tian Shengfeng were in the same group. Frankly speaking, Tian Shengfeng was to keep an eye on Yi Tianyun. Originally, he wanted to let Yi Tianyun explore some unknown dangers. Now that they didn't know where they were, they could only split up and explore. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. If there's anything wrong, you can deal with it as you see fit. Before leaving, Tian Yueming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shengfeng. Tian Shengfeng nodded, indicating that he understood. Go this way. Tian Shengfeng ordered Yi Tianyun. Then he took the initiative to bring Yi Tianyun to one of the areas. He didn't discuss anything with Yi Tianyun. Tian Shengfeng didn't have a good impression of Yi Tianyun. If it wasn't for the plan, he would have fought with Yi Tianyun. Previously, Tian Shengfeng had threatened him. How could he have a good impression of Yi Tianyun? Yi Tianyun didn't say much and followed Tian Shengfeng to search. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't make a move. Tian Shengfeng brought him straight into a decent-looking house. The decorations inside were quite luxurious and were made of various precious ores. These materials could be used to create galaxy-grade treasures. However, they could be found everywhere here. No wonder piles of galaxy-grade treasures were often thrown out. The furniture here were all made of materials that could be used to create galaxy-grade treasures. One could imagine how easy it was to throw treasures out. In this place, galaxy-grade treasures were considered unimportant. Hence, they could be casually thrown out. The cultivators outside treated them as their clan's treasures. However, in here, they were just like furniture. The gap between them was truly too great. This is indeed the Almighty Divine Pavilion. There are so many treasures here. Yi Tianyun glanced around. Other than the piles of furniture, there wasn't anything special. Tian Shengfeng only glanced around and continued to fly to the next place with Yi Tianyun. Although the materials were decent, they weren't enough for him. They had seen better ones. They wouldn't give up on watermelons for a few sesame seeds. A star venerable grade treasure was equivalent to thousands of galaxy grade treasures. Moreover, It was the lowest grade, star venerable grade treasure. Hence, their main target was the star venerable grade treasures, not the galaxy grade treasures. If they kept plundering these treasures, and someone else got a star venerable grade treasure, it would be a great loss for them. Although there were so many materials for furniture here, and many galaxy grade treasures could be created, their power was not as great as a star venerable grade treasure. Even 10,000 galaxy grade treasures couldn't compare to a star venerable grade treasure. This was a matter of quality, not quantity. Tianyun followed them silently. Tian Shengfeng took the lead and swept through the houses at a shocking speed. The rest of the cultivators were more or less the same, rushing all the way. Some of them were searching for treasures, while others were like Tian Shengfeng and the others searching for other treasures or special passageways. Looking from the outside, there were piles of houses. No special passageways could be seen. That was the reason why they kept shuttling back and forth between so many houses to search. Since they couldn't go deep, they could only search through the houses to find out what was going on inside. Nothing, still nothing. Keep searching. Tian Shengfeng was a little annoyed. Their plan was ruined, and they kept searching. It was really annoying. Chapter 22:10. After searching for a while, Tianyun and the others did not find any passageways, nor did they find any treasures. Soon, they shifted their target to the houses above to see if there was anything special about the houses above. After they went up, they immediately felt a special gravitational force, which fiercely twisted them, causing them to stand upside down in the air. At this time, when they looked up, the place they were searching before had become the buildings above them. There is such a trick. Tianyun was a little surprised. He thought that, after coming over, they would need to fly into the houses upside down. Every time they searched in the houses, it was like they had to fly over a wall, find the door first, and then fly over. Who knew that when they came over, they would find that it was a little different. When they came over, there would be a special force that would flip them over, making them stand upright. The original feeling of being upside down suddenly became upright. Such a strange structure shocked Tianyun. Such a structure could save a lot of space, which meant that there could be a lot of houses in a range, which could save a lot of space. It was just that there were too many empty spaces in this area. Generally speaking, people would not do this. No one wanted to have a pile of houses above their heads. They hoped to see the blue sky and white clouds, or to be able to see the star aspect in the star domain, which was the most beautiful. After being stunned for a moment, Tian Shengfeng continued to search quickly. These were quite strange, but that was all. To be able to do this, the principle was relatively simple. There was a large formation under their feet, which could change the state of gravity, allowing them to flip over. The difficulty was not high. The main point was what it meant. This was what puzzled them. Because they did not know what the other party's trick was, they could only bite the bullet and continue to search, but no matter how they searched, they could not find any clues. It was like an empty city. There was not a single person inside, only piles of houses. It could be said that all the cultivators were in a predicament. They could not find the passageway, nor could they find the treasures. What the hell? There is nothing, just piles of broken houses. Tian Shengfeng was a bit hot-tempered. After searching a large area, he felt very impatient. They all wanted to go straight to the simple and violent places. For example, there would be a direct passage or some relatively dangerous areas. These would at least give them some clues. However, there was nothing here, just piles of empty houses, which made them feel quite disgusted. Along the way, they even met up with Tian Yueming and the others to exchange information. In general, they were the same as them. They couldn't find a passageway or any treasures, so they just wandered around blindly. Tianyun's eyes flickered. There seemed to be some special meaning behind this. It was impossible for the master of the violet gold divine pavilion to set up so many houses here. Is there some kind of maze here? Tianyun asked casually. Maze? Tian Shengfeng was startled and immediately fell into deep thought. A maze array was not the kind that was filled with fog and could not be seen clearly. As long as it was something that people couldn't locate or find the entrance to, it would be a maze. It was not necessary to make people dizzy in order to be considered a maze. Then tell me, how do we solve it? Tian Shengfeng thought for a while and threw the question back to Tianyun. I'm not too sure either. It's just a guess. Why don't we gather the other elders to discuss it? Maybe we can come up with a plan. Tianyun's expression was indifferent. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say it immediately. It was impossible for him to give them such a huge advantage for nothing. I thought you knew. What a waste of time. Tian Shengfeng's eyes were filled with disdain. He really thought that Tianyun knew. He didn't stop and gathered Tian Yueming and the others. He agreed with Tianyun's words. It was pointless to continue searching like crazy. If it was hidden in these empty houses, they would have found it long ago. Or, rather, other cultivators would have found it. They wouldn't be wandering around blindly. What's wrong? Did you find any traces? Tian Yueming and the others gathered quickly. When they came, their eyes lingered on Tianyun for a while, wanting to see what he was doing. No, Brother Yunlong said that this might be a maze. If we don't break this maze, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the real passage. Tian Shengfeng said honestly. Maze. They looked at each other. After thinking for a while, Tian Yueming said thoughtfully, I've thought about this before. At the same time, I've also investigated, but I didn't find anything. You mean there's no maze? Tian Shengfeng turned to look at Tianyun. His eyes were filled with disdain. Brother Yunlong, didn't you say there's a maze? You're just making a guess. That's too casual. I don't know what special ability you have. You can't just join us without doing anything. I'm just guessing that there's a maze. I didn't say that there's a maze. Tianyun looked at him indifferently. Tian Shengfeng's attitude towards him was getting worse. Yes, it's just a guess. But it's too casual. The great elder said there's no maze here. You're just overthinking it. Tian Shengfeng sneered. Tian Yueming and the others did not say anything. If it were any other great star venerable, they would have already flown into a rage. However, they tacitly agreed to it, which meant they didn't take Tianyun seriously. Elder Tian Shengfeng, do you have any opinion? Tianyun asked back. I don't have any opinion. The great formations set up by the purple gold divine pavilion's master can't be broken so easily. But I won't come to a conclusion so that there won't be any misunderstanding, Tian Shengfeng said sarcastically. Oh, so you don't have any opinion? If you don't have any opinion and can't help with anything, then why did you come here? Tianyun replied calmly. Nonsense. What do you mean I can't help with anything? At least I'm more capable than you are. Tian Shengfeng was so angry that he laughed. All right, this isn't the time to quarrel. Tian Yueming extended his hand to stop him. He frowned and said, Brother Yunlong, what kind of ability do you have? If you just join us and don't show some of your ability, won't it be a little embarrassing? Originally, their attitude towards Tianyun had been good, at least on the surface. But now, their attitude had become bad. The reason for this was simple. The plan had changed. They had thought the area would remain the same. So they would let Tianyun be cannon fodder to explore the way for them. But it was different now. They didn't need to explore the way. They were trapped here. Chapter 2211. Do I have to show my abilities here? What if I say that my abilities are mainly related to fighting? Wouldn't it be too much to ask me to look for the formation? Tianyun had great attainments as an astral inscription master, but he did not admit it. There was no need to admit it. It was better to hide some things. Fighting, Tian Shengfeng said with a cold smile. This is the most basic ability. If you don't even have this basic ability, you are even more useless. What we need to do now is to break out of this place, not to fight. What about Elder Tian Shengfeng? What ability do you have? Tianyun looked at Tian Shengfeng and said calmly, what does this have to do with my ability? We are talking about your ability. We will naturally look for the exit slowly. As for you, you must show some ability. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to join us. Tian Shengfeng had been unhappy with Tianyun for a long time. Now that Tian Yueming had spoken, he was even more straightforward. In their opinion, they did not want to get rid of Tianyun. They just wanted to force Tianyun. They can't let Tianyun have it too easy. It's too easy for Tianyun to go in with them without paying anything. It's too easy for him. They were not afraid that Tianyun would leave. What power could he have if he was alone? Facing so many great star venerables, even if he had a peerless treasure, he would not be able to snatch it from them. Therefore, they believed that Tianyun would not leave and would only cling to their thick thighs. You mean that if I don't find some clues, I will not be able to continue with you? Tianyun's face turned cold. They had spoken so nicely before, but they turned hostile in the blink of an eye. This is really fast. They are not afraid of Tianyun. They think that Tianyun will not leave them. Without any background, what kind of storm could he set off? Yes, Tian Yueming answered concisely. In that case, I will leave, Tianyun said calmly. At first, they wanted to make use of the Tian family, but now it seems that they chose to abandon them. Seeing that there was no danger here, he began to threaten them with something else. They didn't want things to go out of their control. Either he obeyed, or he chose to leave. Tianyun chose to leave instead of staying with them. Tian Yueming and the others were startled for a moment before their faces turned cold. They didn't expect that Tianyun would reject them so decisively. He didn't even think about it. This was beyond their expectations. They thought that even if Tianyun was unhappy, he wouldn't choose to leave them. But now they were wrong. How could Tianyun not leave them? Moreover, he left very decisively. Brother Yunlong, won't you consider it? Tian Yueming's face was gloomy to the extreme. He did not wish to see such an outcome, especially those who disobeyed him. At this moment, two familiar figures appeared beside him. When Tian Yueming and the others saw them, their faces changed. Tian Yueming was even more agitated. He quickly shouted in that direction, "You two stop right there." The two people in front of them were none other than Tian Yuan and Tian Xinhuan. Tianyun also saw them. He didn't expect to see them here. Now, if he were to join forces with them, it would be a very good choice. Not only were they trustworthy, but they were also quite strong. It would be a good idea to work together. However, he didn't know how the two of them would deal with family matters. Its father, Tian Xinhuan, and the others' faces changed slightly, but they didn't panic. The two of them had already recovered their strength. In fact, they had even made greater progress than before. Tian Yuan had even broken through to the intermediate star venerate realm. With such strength, they wouldn't feel any fear even if they faced Tian Yueming and the others. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they would still be able to escape with their strength. Moreover, they had expected to see Tian Yueming here. Most families would come when the purple gold divine pavilion opened. As a powerful family, the Tian family would definitely choose to come. The two of you finally showed up. I thought you would choose to hide for the rest of your lives. Tian Yueming and the others flew over and stared at Tian Xinhuan. You are the most insensible one. Come back with me. Tian Yueming didn't ask Tian Yuyuan to go back. In his opinion, he only wanted Tian Xinhuan to go back with him. Tian Kuangyue gritted his teeth as he watched from the side, but he didn't say anything. Since Tian Yueming was talking, he naturally couldn't interrupt. I'm not going back. Tian Xinhuan shook his head and refused. It's good outside. I don't want to go back. There's no point in staying in the Tian family. If I didn't go out with my brother, I wouldn't know if I could cultivate like this. After carefully comprehending it, my cultivation improved. It's much better than staying in the Tian family. This was a direct slap in the face. Tian Kuangyue had previously said that they were useless outside and that they could only improve by staying in the family. Now, Tian Xinhuan was slapping Tian Kuangyue in the face. Tian Kuangyue's face darkened. He couldn't help but say, sternly, Xinhuan, it's better outside than in the family? What a joke. Let me see how much progress you've made over the years. Tian Kuangyue's energy surged. He wanted to fight with Tian Xinhuan immediately. He wanted to wake her up. Nonsense. Tian Yueming extended his hand to grab her. He said angrily, go back with me. Tian Xinhuan stepped back quickly. At the same time, Tian Yuan stepped forward and blocked Tian Yueming's way. He said calmly, Elder Tian Yueming, Tian Xinhuan, said she doesn't want to go back. Why do you insist? How dare you stop me? Tian Yueming was so infuriated that he laughed. He said, I won't argue with you for the moment. The Tian family has paid a great price to nurture Tian Xinhuan. It's really ungrateful of her to leave like this. She didn't pay anything or do anything for the family. Do you think it's right for her to leave like this? I'll always remember the Tian family's nurturing of me. If there's a price, we'll pay it. If we can get a star venerable level treasure from the purple gold divine pavilion, we'll offer it to you as the price for nurturing me all these years. Tears welled up in Tian Xinhuan's eyes. She hadn't expected her father to say such a thing. She just didn't want to go back. She didn't really want to leave the Tian family. However, her father had started to make things clear. How could she not feel sad? No, it's impossible for you to leave with such a price. Tian Yueming said angrily, do you think a star venerable level treasure can make up for it? That's impossible. If you really want to give it to me, I want at least 3. 3 it is. As long as we find it, we'll offer it to you. Then Tian Xinhuan will sever all ties with the Tian family, just like I did in the past. Tian Yuan said coldly, Elder Tian Yueming, it seems you're still so heartless after so many years. You only know how to calculate everything based on benefits. Chapter 22:12. Tian Yuyuan and Tian Xinhuan were extremely disappointed with the Tian family. Everything was based on benefits. Even family ties could be calculated. That was what they hated the most. Tian Yuyuan had left because he was unhappy with the Tian family's behavior. Tian Yueming was not trying to annoy them. It was true. If they had offered 3-star venerable level treasures, they would have let it go. 3-star venerable level treasures could indeed be used to train a grand star venerable, and there would even be some left over. Actually, 1 would have been enough. Star venerable level treasures were precious. Grand star venerables were precious, but they could still be trained. However, no one on the Red Moon planet could build star venerable level treasures. As a result, star venerable level treasures were very precious. They were at least more precious than grand star venerables. For example, among the hundreds of star venerables present, The number of people who had star venerable level treasures could be counted on one hand. That was enough to show how precious star venerable level treasures were. They could not be found easily now that he had asked for 3-star venerable level treasures. It was really an exorbitant demand. At most, he would be benevolent enough to give him 2. As for giving him 3, that was really asking for too much. More importantly, Tian Yuan had agreed. In this way, he had to bear the debt of 3-star venerable level treasures. This wasn't because Tian Yuan was stupid, but because they had taken care of the heavenly star ring so well, which was why he had said this. If that wasn't the case, he really couldn't be bothered to deal with it. He also knew it was not easy to train a Grand Star Venerable. Moreover, it was his sister. He had to look for her carefully. 3-star Venerable level treasures? Do you think they are cabbages that you can just give away? Tian Yueming said with a cold smile. If you really want to take her away, give me the 3-star Venerable level treasures first. As for now, Tian Xing, Huan must go with me. Tian Yueming's energy soared. He was ready to snatch her away. You want to use force? Tian Yuan's energy also soared. The star Dharma idol behind him surged. He was not afraid of a fight. Tian Xing, Huan also exerted the star Dharma idol, but she had a complicated look in her eyes. After all, it was her father. No matter how heartless and wrong he was the father who had trained her. Even so, she still decided to resist. She really did not want to go back. You too want to resist? Tian Yueming and the others stood out with cold faces. There were as many as 5 Grand Star Venerables. This was the Tian family's strength. They still had 5 Grand Star Venerables. In total, there would be 7 Great Star Venerables. One had to admit that the Tian clan was really heaven-defying. Even if the Mu clan did not participate, the 5 Grand Star Venerables would be enough to deal with many things. The faces of Tian Yuan and the others sank. Facing 5 Great Star Venerables, they could only choose to flee. Tian Yueming and Tian Yueming and Xing family. However, the Yueming Tian had Yueming family. The Yueming had wanted to Tian. They could not resist. Tian on Yueming. They had come here. The Yueming on Tian. On Tian Yudo go with Tian. Tian Yueming. Yueming on Tian on. Tian Yueming on Yueming was to be to Tian. Tian with Tian. Tian Yun did not like them. Since Tian Yueming and Tian Yueming had come, he decided to join them. Brother Yunlong, are you going to oppose us? Tian Yueming looked sullen. They had never thought Tian Yun would choose to stand on Tian Yueming's side. This was their family's business. As an outsider, Tian Yun did not need to get involved. If a fight broke out, the Mu family would not help. First of all, this had nothing to do with them. Secondly, no matter how they helped, there would be problems. The best way was to not get involved. However, as an outsider, Tian Yun, he got involved, which made them very unhappy. They thought Tian Yun had done it on purpose. He only chose to take revenge because they had mocked Tian Yun and rejected him. Tian Yueming and the others were dumbfounded. They wondered if they had heard wrong. Why would an outsider choose to help them? Did he have bad intentions? Tian Yun's face was covered by energy. Only a vague outline could be seen. Normally, this would be very disrespectful. However, since he had done it, no one said anything. Tian Yueming and the others could recognize him only because they sensed his aura and knew he was someone they knew. My friend, when Tian Yueming was about to say something, Tian Yun sent him a voice transmission. Senior Tian Yueming, it's me. Tian Yun's familiar voice came. Tian Yueming was stunned. How could he forget this voice? The next second, he realized who the person in front of him was. When he realized what was going on, he was dumbfounded. How long had it been? Tianyun had already become a grand star, venerable. He seemed to be at the same level as them. This was even more shocking. They, who had reached the grand star venerable realm, knew how much time and resources were needed to break through. However, Tianyun had succeeded in breaking through. This really scared them. Don't say anything. Just pretend you don't know me, Tianyun explained quickly. Tian Yueming was not a fool. He quickly understood what he meant. Thank you for your help, my friend. I will definitely repay you later. Tian Yueming quickly changed his words. This kid had 3 Grand Star Venerables. There would still be a gap between them and the 5 of them, but the situation would be different. 5 against 3. As long as they did not put their lives on the line, it would be hard to say who would win. It would not be like 5 against 2 like before. It would be much easier to deal with each other. Brother Yunlong, it seems like you are deliberately making things difficult for us. Tian Yueming and the others had unsightly expressions. So what? Tianyun was not afraid of falling out with them. He was not afraid at all. It looked like they were going to fight anyway. Since that was the case, he might as well make the matter bigger. It would be safer that way. Now it's 5 against 3. There are many experts from other factions around. Who do you think will benefit if we really fight? Tianyun threatened them from the side. He looked around. Quite a number of cultivators cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. Tian Yueming and the others had unsightly expressions. They were not fools. They knew what Tianyun was trying to say. If they were too impulsive and ended up injuring both sides, how would they look for treasures in the future? Chapter 22:13. Tianyun doesn't want to fight with them head-on, so he doesn't want to fight with them. It was not because he was afraid of anything, but a fight here would do no one any good. He might be able to hold on because he was not afraid of death. But Tian Yuan and the others were different. If they were seriously injured, it would be a serious problem, which would affect the situation later. Not only that, but what he was most worried about was the aureole behind him. It would be troublesome if someone else were to profit from it. Great. Brother Yunlong, I didn't expect you to be a fence-sitter. You are really blind. Tian Yueming gnashed his teeth. He had been threatened, but he had to swallow his anger and humiliate him. If it had been any other time, he would not have had such concerns. He would have started the fight directly. If he had used all kinds of treasures, he would have been able to suppress the 3 of them. But he could not do it here. Even if he could suppress the 3 of them, they would have to expose their trump cards. It was obviously not worth it. After all, for them, the treasures in the purple gold divine pavilion were the most important, not the 3 of them. Fence-sitter, Tianyun said with a faint smile. I don't know who was so aggressive just now. Even if you are not a fence-sitter, you will be forced to be one. Everything was fine. We didn't make such a declaration before we came here. But you went back on your word as soon as we came here. Tianyun's sarcasm is that they don't keep their word. We just want you to prove whether you are capable of staying in our team. Tian Yueming retorted sharply, but you don't want to prove yourself. Why are you slandering us? All right, I don't want to talk to you anymore. We still have to look for treasures. It is meaningless to talk nonsense with you here. Tianyun waved his hand. He was not in the mood to talk to them anymore. Tian Yueming was irritated, but he could not do anything. He stared at Tian Yuan and the others and said, 1-star venerable treasure. Give it to me before the purple gold divine pavilion closes. Otherwise, Celestial Ring will have to leave with me. Father, you are asking too much. It would be good if 2 or 3 treasures could be found in the purple gold divine pavilion. Now you want 1. Aren't you asking too much? Celestial Ring was irritated. Every time the violet gold divine pavilion appeared, it would be pretty good if there were 2 or 3 of them. Now that Tian Yueming had asked for 1 before coming out, what was he to do? Didn't he say that he could give me 3? I asked him to give me 1 before the violet gold divine pavilion closes. Is there a problem? I can slowly give you the other 2 in the future, but before the violet gold divine pavilion closes, you must hand over 1 of them. Otherwise, you will have to leave with me. If you take 1 out, you will be considered half free. When Tian Yueming said these words, he did not show any emotion at all. He really treated the heavenly star ring as a commodity. No problem, 1 is 1. However, Starlink isn't a commodity. Even if I can't find 1 in the purple gold divine pavilion, I'll find 1 for you. Tian Yuan did not refute and agreed immediately. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Tian Yueming without any emotion. It was as if the person in front of him was not his biological father at all, but a stranger. All right, it's a deal. After Tian Yueming finished speaking, he flew to the side with his men. He didn't want to stay with them any longer in case he couldn't suppress his anger. Great Elder, are we leaving just like that? Tian Shengfeng and the others were somewhat unwilling. Not only did Yi Tianyun annoy them, but the appearance of Tian Yuan and his men also annoyed them. Tian Kuangyue, in particular, wished that he could go and capture Heavenly Star Ring. He liked Heavenly Star Ring very much. Seeing Heavenly Star Ring leave the Tian family, just like that made him very sad. What else can we do? Is it a good thing to expose all our trump cards? Tian Yueming's eyes were cold as he looked ahead. Let's talk about this after this is over. You think they can escape from our palms? When the time comes, not only will we have to hand over the treasures, but we will also have to leave them behind. Tian Yueming couldn't let Heavenly Star Ring leave, and he couldn't let Yi Tianyun slip away either. He had to settle the score with Yi Tianyun. After they left, Heavenly Star Ring heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately looked at Yi Tianyun and asked doubtfully, "This friend is—" Yi Tianyun had not transmitted his voice to Heavenly Star Ring. So, Heavenly Star Ring did not know who he was. Yi Tianyun waved his hand and showed his real face. When Heavenly Star Ring saw him, she was struck dumb. Then she said in shock, "It's you." Heavenly Star Ring had never expected it to be Yi Tianyun. She looked at him in shock, unable to recover from the shock. In the blink of an eye, he had become a grand star venerable, and his cultivation seemed to be higher than hers. "That's right, it's me," Yi Tianyun said with a faint smile. "I didn't expect to see you here. This is quite a coincidence." "I didn't expect to see you here either. Your cultivation is already so high. I don't know how you cultivate. You shouldn't call me senior. I'll just call you senior. We can't catch up to your cultivation speed." Tian Yuan smiled bitterly. He didn't know how Yi Tianyun cultivated. Grand Star Venerable. He's really a Grand Star Venerable. It's incredible. By the way, how did you end up with the Tian family? Their attention shifted to this crucial point, which was what puzzled them the most. It's a long story. I wanted to team up with them to look for treasures, but they went back on their word and chose to exclude me. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders and went on. "Anyway, we fell out. You saw it." They looked at each other. It seemed the process was quite complicated. "Brother, are you really going to find a Star Venerable level treasure and give it to them?" Heavenly Star Ring asked, frowning. "What else? After all, you were trained by the Tian family. You have to repay them." Tian Yuan said coldly, "But if you give it to them, you'll never have anything to do with them." Heavenly Star Ring nodded. Her eyes were filled with sadness, but she knew she had to do this because of her father's situation. They had been treated like goods since they were young. They had no choice. That was why Tian Yuyuan had chosen to leave. He didn't like the Tian family, and he didn't like his father either. Brother E, we came to the purple gold divine pavilion prepared. Tian Yuyuan's eyes lit up. He smiled mysteriously. Prepared. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He said through sound transmission, "Is it a map similar to the one in the purple gold divine pavilion?" "Almost. Since you are here, let's go together. When we get the treasures, we can take turns sharing them. What do you think?" Tian Yuan wasn't stingy. Yi Tianyun had helped them a lot, so they had to take him with them. Chapter 22:14. After a simple exchange, Yi Tianyun had a general idea of what was going on. They had obtained a map outside by chance. It was a map of the purple gold divinity pavilion. They knew the general structure and some descriptions of the areas inside. Although it was not very detailed, there were many things recorded. It was enough for them to explore many areas. But for now, it was temporarily useless. If they did not pass through this place, they would not be able to enter the inner area. This was clearly some kind of special checkpoint that prevented intruders from going deeper. This time, when we go to the purple gold divinity pavilion to look for treasures, we have to be wary of a very serious matter. After understanding the situation, Yi Tianyun looked at them solemnly. "What is it?" Their expressions turned serious. Looking at Yi Tianyun's expression, they believed that it was not simple. The giant beast race. Yi Tianyun explained the general situation of the giant beast race. Their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect such a thing to happen. The giant beast race actually had such a plan. How terrifying! Tian Yoyuan's expression was grim. This means that even if we get the treasures, we might be wiped out by the giant beast race. Not only will we lose our lives, but the treasures will also be taken away. If that was really the case, their efforts would have been in vain. Tian Xinghuan's expression also changed. Who would have thought that there would be such an aureole behind them? Moreover, it was a very cruel kind. Yes, so we should try our best not to clash and preserve our strength. If the giant beast race comes, we can either defend or escape. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "But who would believe this?" "That's right," Yi Tianyun said. "The giant beast race has been gone for so long. Now, they're almost completely wiped out. Some are even being kept as pets. If they suddenly say that they will attack, no one will believe it." Yi Tianyun shook his head and sighed. He had to say that this was really a tragedy. However, if it were him, he would not believe it either. There were no giant beast race around. Who would believe that there would be so many giant beast race attacking? To many cultivators, the giant beast race was about to be wiped out. Would they make a comeback? If he were to say it out loud, people would only think that he was lying. He was trying to trick them into not continuing to fight for treasures in the violet gold divine pavilion. When will they make their move? Skytor Yuan asked solemnly. "I'm not too sure about that. At any rate, let's focus on finding the treasure first. If the other families take it away, we'll have nothing left," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Their current goal was to search for treasures. The giant beast race, which was an uncertain factor, was temporarily set aside. That's true, but how do we get in now? So many cultivators have searched the house, but they haven't found a single clue. Tian Yuan shook his head. They also searched many houses, but apart from piles of furniture, they could not find any trace. The entrance is hard to find, but it's not impossible. Yi Tianyun smiled confidently. "I've been observing for a while, and I've already figured out how to get in." "What brother he found it?" Both of their eyes lit up. They thought that they would be like headless flies, searching everywhere. They didn't expect that Etienne had already found them. Yes, with a little effort, we can still find it. I've checked. And the elders of the other big families have also found some clues. One of them has basically found it, and she's very powerful. Etienne looked to the side and saw many cultivators searching, but he didn't know who they were looking for. That person, could it be Sister Jingxin? Tian Xinghuan guessed boldly. Huh, it seems that you know her quite well. Etienne was a little surprised. Along the way, he saw that Jingxin's direction was very accurate. If they continued like this, they would definitely find the entrance. He didn't expect Tian Xinghuan to be right. Of course, Sister Jingxin is very powerful. I've met her once. Especially when it comes to deducing the various formations and some of her insights, she has amazing attainments. It's just that there's a very difficult guy who keeps pestering her. Tian Xinghuan looked displeased. Etienne knew she was talking about Zhu Xing, who stuck to her like a dog's skin plaster. Yes, I'm talking about her. If she's given a little more time, she'll be able to break it. Etienne smiled and said, but before that, let us go in first. We can't let others take the lead. Follow me. Etienne smiled and flew forward, and the other two quickly followed. Even though they had some attainments in star tattoos, they still couldn't find any clues here, which made them very distressed. Now that Etienne said he could find it, they wanted to see how Etienne could do it. Soon, Etienne came to the roof of a building and stood there. The other two landed one after another and stood beside Etienne. This action attracted the attention of Tian Yueming and the others. The area was so big, and with their higher cultivation, they could see what was going on here from afar. The key to breaking this place is here. Etienne smiled faintly. Here, they lowered their heads and looked down, but they couldn't see anything. Yes, it's here. Can you see anything? Etienne asked. I can't. They shook their heads. If they could see anything, they wouldn't be wandering around here blindly. All right, I'll let you see how to break it now. After knowing a little, you'll realize that it's very simple. Of course, it might look simple, but finding it is another matter. Etienne explained as he formed a seal. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding buildings merged together. Accompanied by rumbling sounds, the sturdy buildings were moved over. These buildings could be moved, but it was difficult to destroy them. After a few moves, the buildings were pieced together into a formation. Just as they were pieced together, a door of light appeared in front of them, enveloping them. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered over, and they were stunned by this scene. They didn't expect it to work like this. Let's hurry up and go in. Etienne took the lead and walked in. Tian Yuan and the others were stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed and disappeared into the door of light. When the other cultivators reacted, they quickly rushed over. However, before they could reach, the door of light closed. Damn it, we're too slow. They cursed angrily, but it was meaningless. The door of light closed, and a second door of light did not appear. Chapter 22:15. What's going on? Tian Yueming and the others were shocked and quickly flew over. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Etienne had said he did not know how to open it. How did he know how to open it in the blink of an eye? Wasn't this a slap in the face? What's going on? Didn't he say he could not open it? How come he knows how to open it now? He was the first to open it. Tian Kuangyue and the others were dumbfounded. They could not help but raise their heads to look at Tian Yueming and Tian Shengfeng. Tian Shengfeng's face was red. He was extremely embarrassed. He had been mocking Etienne for talking nonsense. He had even said that if Tian Yueming could not see through it, Etienne would not be able to see through it either. Now, not to mention seeing through it, even the passageway had been opened, and he had easily entered it. They had entered, leaving Tian Yueming and the others outside awkwardly. They did not know how long it would take for them to see through it. At least this place could not be used. After piecing the pieces together, the passage would appear. The passage could not be maintained for a long time. It would not appear again once it was closed. No matter what they did, it would not appear again, as if it was a one-time thing. This brat lied to us. He said he could not open it. Now we have found it. Tian Shengfeng said exasperatedly. Maybe it won't open before, but after pondering for a while, it will open. Tian Kuangyue interrupted from the side. You mean we chased him away? Now we let Tian Yuan and the other traders get the benefits? Tian Shengfeng frowned, looking at Tian Kuangyue with displeasure. I did not say that. Tian Kuangyue muttered to himself. He did not mean that, but the listener did not. If they had discovered it after Yi Tianyan left, they would have suffered a great loss. Yi Tianyan was the first one to mention that there was a maze here. However, Tian Shengfeng had not believed Yi Tianyan. Instead, he had believed Tian Yueming. Now, Tian Yueming and Tian Shengfeng had been slapped in the face. They had forced a star venerable away, and they could only watch like idiots. If we follow this train of thought, we will be able to find the entrance as well. It will just take some time. Tian Yueming's face turned gloomy as he quickly searched to the side. According to this train of thought, the rest of the passageways could also be formed by piecing together houses. As for how to piece them together, that would require attainments in this aspect. This kind of formation was hidden too deeply. Without Yi Tianyan's help, they really did not think that they would be able to break it like this. I didn't expect that there would be someone who comprehended faster than me. Jing Xian looked at the place where Yi Tianyan disappeared, and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She already had an idea, and she also chose to assemble the houses to open the passage, just a little bit more, and he would know the exact method to break it. However, she was still a beat slower than Yi Tianyan. However, she did not panic. After all, this was only the first batch. If there were several batches, she might panic a little. Jingxin, how do you feel? Elder Chu Hutong asked from the side. He looked a little anxious as he saw that Yi Tianyan and the others were the first to enter. It could be said that everyone present was nervous. They were worried that Yi Tianyan and the others would frantically search for treasures, or that they would be half a beat slower. Just a little bit more. Jing Xian was calm. Grand Elder, don't be anxious. Even if they entered, they wouldn't be able to find treasures so quickly. The Violet Gold Divinity Pavilion is not an ordinary pavilion. If it was so easy to search for treasures, the Violet Gold Divinity Pavilion would have been emptied long ago. After Jing Xian said this, the surrounding companions paused. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was true. There was no need to be so nervous. The Violet Gold Divinity Pavilion had been opened countless times, and no one had emptied it before. Therefore, there was no need to be so nervous. It was a pity that they didn't enter first, but there was no need to panic. Jingxin is right. We are all panicking. When we see others enter first, we think that we can immediately search for treasures. Chu Hutong heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was not as calm as Jing Xian. Compared to her age, Jing Xian was much younger. She was much calmer than these old farts. Indeed, in less than a moment, Jing Xian pieced together a pile of houses and formed a perfect passageway. When the passageway appeared again, it immediately made the surrounding cultivators rush over crazily as if they were injected with chicken blood. However, after Jing Xian and the others entered, the passageway closed very quickly. It could be said that it only took a few breaths of time. If Jing Xian and the others were slower, they might not even be able to enter. The time was really too tight. There was no time to react at all. If the distance was very close, it would be needless to say. As the clans formed groups, the other clans would not casually approach them. If they casually approached them, they might be regarded as hostile. Under such circumstances, it was relatively difficult to rush over in a short period of time. Damn it, we are still too slow. Some of the other cultivators angrily stomped on those houses, destroying them. However, it was meaningless. Jing Xian and the others went in. Zhu Xing looked at the elder next to him with great dissatisfaction and asked, "Do you all have any ideas now?" This is the second batch of people who went in. Zhu Xing didn't have much attainments in this aspect. For such a playboy to be able to cultivate to this realm is already very good. As for other aspects, he has no interest and is too lazy to learn them. Therefore, in terms of breaking the array, they can only rely on the elders to break it. I already have a preliminary idea. As long as I spend a little more time, I will be able to break it. With the idea provided, they knew how to explore. This is similar to a jigsaw puzzle. They must put it together correctly in order to open the passageway. However, these jigsaw puzzles, how many pieces are needed, they don't know. For example, what Yi Tianyun and Jing Xian put together is completely different. The number is also different, and even the shape is different. Therefore, it's not that easy to break. After the second batch of people went in, many clans became nervous and continued to look for a way to break it. The Tian and Mu clans can be said to have increased their horsepower and continued to explore. At the same time, after passing through the light gate, Yi Tianyun and the others successfully arrived at another area. Looking up, it was still the same crisscrossing passageway. At a glance, there are dozens of forks, and they really don't know where to start. Chapter 22:16. This area finally matches the map you've been looking for. Yi Tianyun looked around. They could finally get in. Just the maze outside was enough to block many cultivators outside. This was not an easy task to find. It would take a lot of effort. Yes, it's basically all here. Tian Yuan took out the map he had found and spread it in front of Yi Tianyun. They were partners, so they did not need to hide anything. They showed it to Yi Tianyun directly. Yi Tianyun took the map and glanced at it. He had a general idea of the structure. What was recorded on the map wasn't very comprehensive. It was only a small area, and it wasn't a very inner area either. But it did match this area. At least it could be seen from the passageways. If he was not sure, he could check any passageway to find out whether the map was correct or not. This map must have been drawn by practitioners who came here to explore before. If that's the case, a lot of areas have probably been explored and the treasures have been taken away. Yi Tianyun saw many marks on the map. Some indicated treasures, while others were circled to indicate that it was difficult to enter. Yes, so we should focus on exploring the areas that haven't been explored before. I hope we can find star venerable level treasures. Tian Yuan had mentioned 3 star venerable level treasures, mainly because he had the map. He thought he could find star venerable level treasures with the map. That was why he had agreed. On the other hand, he thought he was redeeming his sister's freedom. It sounded harsh, but it was the truth. He had to do this in order to get rid of the Tian family as soon as possible. As for destroying the Tian family and getting his freedom, he had never thought about that. The Tian family was harsh and ruthless, but they did a good job most of the time. The treasures were just a way of repaying them. Brother E, I hope to get the first star venerable level treasure. Can we take it first? I know it's mostly because of you that we can come here, but I'd like to ask you to let me take it first. Tian Yuan looked sincere. Brother. Tian Xinhuan took Tian Yuan's arm. She knew what her brother meant. What's wrong with that? You take it first. Let's not waste any more time. Let's start searching now. We must find at least 1-star venerable level treasure. Tianyun smiled. He did not care much about the star level treasure. What he cared more about was the key in his inventory. He wanted to know which door it could open. He felt that there would definitely be more treasures in the areas that could be opened. Star venerable level treasures would not be a problem for him. However, it was not clear where exactly it was. Thank you, brother. Tian Yuan was very grateful. Immediately after, they moved quickly. First, they followed the mark on the map and headed to a room that had been opened before. If it was according to the map, then it had been opened before, which proved that the map really matched this place. As they sprinted, they soon arrived at the corresponding area. After opening the door, the first thing that came into view was the empty treasury. The fact that there were no treasures here didn't make them depressed. Instead, it made them extremely happy. The violet gold divine pavilion was so huge. Only the heavens knew where they would be teleported to. If they couldn't match the map, it would be equivalent to coming here for nothing. Since the map seemed to match, it meant it was useful. The mark on the map is the same. Looks like we didn't go to the wrong place. They were happy. In this way, the map could be used. Then let's start looking for treasures. Tianyan was also happy. This way, they could save a lot of time. After looking at the map, he found the map was very messy. There were many dead ends in it. It was unknown how much time they would waste if they just ran blindly. Since they had come in first, they had to make good use of this advantage. Who knew whether those practitioners would also come in from this place? Anyway, they had to race against time. They tried to search for treasures quickly before those practitioners came in. They quickly went to the circled area according to the map. At the same time, they were even more cautious. Only the heavens knew whether there was a killing formation here. If they did, they would not even know how they would die. There are so many corpses. As they sprinted, they reached a section where they saw many corpses on the side. The flesh on their bodies had disappeared. Only white bones were left, lying on the side in disorder. Judging from the condition of those corpses, it was obvious that they had died a tragic death. Their companions were probably all dead, so no one could collect the corpses. From here onwards, there will be a killing formation. Tianyan looked up. His eyes flickered as he activated his appraisal eye to the fullest. He did not miss a single detail. He could immediately tell that there was indeed a killing formation in this area. Even without him saying anything, the siblings could sense that something was very wrong in front of them. There was a terrifying aura coming from up ahead. It seems that if we want to get the treasures, we have to put in a lot of effort. Tian Yuan grinned. They had already expected this. Whether it was the purple gold divine pavilion or some other ruins, there would be similar killing formations to prevent intruders from entering. The treasures could not be taken away so easily. If that was really the case, there would be no need for them to come in. After all, everything had been taken away. What was the point of them coming in? Then let's start looking at this killing formation now. Let's see how we can pass through it. Tian Yuan looked around the area to see if he could find a perfect passage. Just follow me. Tianyun lifted his feet and walked forward. It was as if he did not care about this place at all. Huh. They were stunned. Didn't they say that there was a killing formation here? Why did Tianyun just walk through it? Follow my footwork and follow me. Tianyun reminded them. After the two of them came back to their senses, they quickly followed behind him. Step by step, they stepped over the corpses under their feet and continued to walk forward. There were no problems along the way. This made them feel very strange. Didn't they say that there was a killing formation? After walking for a while, Tianyun said calmly, "We passed through the killing formation. Let's continue forward." What? We passed just like that? Tian Yuan was stunned. She suspected that the killing formation was gone. "Yes. Don't you believe me?" Tianyun said with a smile. "It's not that we don't believe you, but your speed is too fast." Tian Yuan found it hard to believe. In such a short time, Tianyun had broken through the killing formation? Tianyun did not explain. He randomly picked up a corpse and threw it forward. Before the corpse landed on the ground, an invisible force suddenly bombarded it and sent it flying. It hit the wall and turned into a pile of powder. Chapter 22:17. You believe me now, right? Tianyun smiled calmly. He knew that neither of them believed that the purple gold divinity pavilion could be broken so quickly. The corpses on the ground meant that many strong people had died here. However, Tianyun had led them out so easily. How could they not be shocked? They had not seen him for a while, and he had improved so much. But that was the truth. With the super appraisal, he could easily identify the perfect path. The simpler it was, the faster he could find the perfect path. Obviously, the killing formation's overall difficulty was acceptable. Besides, he was a high-level astral tattooist, so he had found it easily. I believe you. They nodded quickly. They had no choice but to believe him. Everything was too shocking. They had a whole new level of respect for Tianyun because of his terrifying speed. He had been so helpless against Grand Star Venerables when they had parted last time. Now, even ordinary Grand Star Venerables would not be able to deal with Tianyun. This change was too great, and for a time, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. At this moment, a figure flickered on the side. Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Separated by the killing array, one could see who these people were. It's elder sister Jing Exine. Tian Xing. Huan looked up. One of them was Grand Star Venerable Jing Exine, whom she was familiar with. I knew elder sister Jing Exine would come in quickly, but I didn't expect her to be so fast. She was just a little slower than us. The time difference between them was not great. She had caught up with them in a short while. Tianyun looked at Jing Exine, and Jing Exine looked back at him. They exchanged a look. Tianyun looked away first and led them inside. Since their opponents had come in, they had to act quickly. Jing Exine looked at Tianyun's back from afar. Her eyes flashed. This person is a little special. He seemed to have been with the Tian family and the Mu family. He seemed to have a falling out with them. Then, he formed a team with the traitors of the Tian family. According to this, it is indeed a bit special. Chu Hatong nodded. That's not what I meant. He gave me an indescribably special feeling, like an unfathomable feeling. Up until now, no one has been able to give me such a special feeling. It's hazy, and I can't get rid of all the illusions. Jing Exine frowned. This was not a good thing for her. So magical. Who else hasn't been seen through by you? Chu Hutong said in shock. Yes, the world is so big that nothing is too strange. He is one of those that I can't easily see through. Jing Exine nodded and said, perhaps the biggest problem of the Violet Gold Divine Pavilion lies in him. Him. Chu Hutong did not believe it. His cultivation isn't bad. He's a middle-stage Grand Star Venerable, but there are only 3 of them. Putting aside the other 2, how can he overturn the heavens by himself? That's hard to say. I'm not too sure myself. In short, he gives me a special sense of mystery. He might be the greatest opponent of the Violet Gold Divine Pavilion this time. Jing Xian said with a serious expression, "We have to pay attention to this. Based on the current situation, he is already ahead of us. For example, they easily passed through the killing formation. This person has many tricks up his sleeves. We do have to pay attention to this." Chu Hutong and the others nodded. No matter what, they had to pay more attention to this. Otherwise, they would die if they were not careful. Then, they followed the others to break through the formation. Their speed was much slower than Yi Tianyun's. However, with Jing Xian's ability, they seemed to be able to deduce the correct path relatively easily. At the same time, Yi Tianyun and the others arrived at the special area marked on the map. "It seems like the passage is different, but we will all be transported here." After seeing Jing Xian and the others, Yi Tianyun confirmed that this was the passage that they had to enter. Apart from the initial area, the situation inside was the same. "Yes, we have to hurry up. If we continue like this, more cultivators will come in. We won't have it easy then." Tian Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. "In front of us is the door that hasn't been opened yet. I wonder what treasures will be inside." Yi Tianyun flew forward and soon came in front of a door. This door is not like the other areas. It is open. It means that there are still treasures inside. Not all of them have been looted. In front of them were piles of densely packed star runes that enveloped the door. If they wanted to open the door, they had to break through these star runes before they could enter. Then let's start breaking through these star runes. With the three of us working together, it will be much faster. Tian Yuan and the others weren't surprised. All the doors here were like this. Either the owner of this place or they had to break through by force. There was no third option. If many cultivators came in, they were most afraid that after they worked hard to break through the door, other cultivators would rush in and snatch away the fruits of their victory. Right now, they had enough time. As long as they were fast enough, they could at least open a few more treasure vaults. Tian Yuan and Heavenly Star Ring's star rune masters weren't low level. This was also why they were confident that they could obtain treasures here. "All right, let's break through it together." Yi Tianyun didn't reject their help. After all, this door was so huge that even he would need some time to break through it. With their help, they could break through as much as they could. Soon, they started breaking through. Heavenly Star Ring and Tian Yuan started from the two sides, while Yi Tianyun started from the middle. At the beginning, Yi Tianyun immediately activated Crazy Mode and increased his breaking speed by 25 times. All of a sudden, the star patterns on it were like ordinary ink marks, and a part of it was easily erased. As for the other two, their speed was much slower. They were erased bit by bit. While they were working hard to erase a small area, Yi Tianyun had already erased a large area. Most importantly, they didn't know. They focused all their attention on the star runes in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yi Tianyun. When Yi Tianyun quickly approached Heavenly Star Ring suddenly turned his head and realized that the star runes in the area under Yi Tianyun's control had all disappeared. What's going on? Heavenly Star Ring was dumbfounded. He stopped his breaking work. "Nothing much. Leave this to me. Go help Brother Tian." Yi Tianyun gestured for Heavenly Star Ring to help Tian Yuan so that he could break through the star runes. Chapter 22:18. Gosh, am I seeing a level 7 or level 8 astral tattooist? Tian Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Yi Tianyun had erased a large number of astral tattoos in an instant. Soon, he had easily erased the area controlled by the Heavenly Star Ring. Then he went back to where Tian Yuan was. "Leave it to me." Yi Tianyun ignored their shocked expressions. He took up Tian Yuan's position and started to erase the astral tattoos quickly. In less than a moment, the star patterns on it were quickly and thoroughly erased, leaving the door completely blank. All right. Tianyun pushed the gate forward without hesitation. In the absence of star runes, this door was just a slightly thicker door. With a forceful push, the door was pushed open. As soon as the gate was pushed open, the aura of treasures poured out from inside. When it was fully opened, they saw a treasure floating in the air at the center. Upon a closer look, they found it was a star venerable level treasure. They had never expected there to be a star venerable level treasure in this treasure trove. They were really lucky. Normally, not all treasure troves had star venerable level treasures. Sometimes there were other kinds of treasures, not necessarily star venerable level. They could be galaxy level treasures or a batch of elixirs. Of course, they could also be empty. At this place, there was a treasure floating in midair. It's a star venerable level treasure. We are so lucky. We will find one soon. Tian Yuan and the others were extremely excited. They would get one soon. If they handed it over, the heavenly star ring would be free. But after coming to themselves, they hesitated for a while and said to Tianyun, "Brother E, this treasure should be yours." "Why?" Tianyun said with a faint smile. "Didn't we agree that we would take turns to get one?" "That's true, but you broke the killing formation. You even broke the gate." The two of them were extremely embarrassed. Thinking about it carefully, they realized they had not done anything at all. If it weren't for Tianyun, who knew how long it would take for them to get in. "Didn't you guys provide a map? Just this map alone is enough." Tianyun said with a smile. "Map?" Tian Yuan said, awkwardly. "Even without this map, Brother E would only need to spend a little more time relying on his own strength." This time, they felt very embarrassed. Although they really wanted to take this treasure, when they thought about how they didn't do much, they couldn't take it. "All right, there's no need to worry about these things. We've already agreed that we'll take turns, so we'll take turns." Tianyun shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, "Instead of being conflicted here, why don't we hurry up and get the treasures? Then go look for other treasures. If you really feel embarrassed, you can join my force and help me fend off the giant beast race." Tianyun smiled. What he said next was a simple and crude attempt to rope him in. How could he let go of two grand star venerables? "Deal." Tian Yuan nodded and said, "We've been thinking about whether we should establish our own sect or join another force. Since Brother E is so loyal, we'll join your force." They wanted to train outside, but that didn't mean they would stay outside forever. They still wanted to establish their own force. Now that Tianyun had invited them, and Tianyun was quite capable and had a good character, they basically hit it off. The Heavenly Star Ring nodded. They had considered joining Tianyun's force before, but the Heavenly Clan had been chasing them. But they have been hunted by the Tian family, and joining Tianyun is basically equivalent to implicating him. Now that they got the treasure, they could completely leave the Heavenly Clan. So, there wouldn't be any problems joining Tianyun's force. Okay, Tianyun's eyes lit up. Treasures were dead, but people were alive. For him, living people were the most important thing. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take the first treasure first." Tian Yuan was very excited. He came forward quickly and opened his hand. The star venerable level treasure was enveloped in his hand. He was going to pull it out. However, the star venerable level treasure was firmly attached to it. It looked like it would take a lot of effort to pull it out. "Let's wait here. It won't be a problem to get the treasure. It'll just take some time." Tianyun took a look at Tian Yuan. It wouldn't be a problem for him to get the treasure. Given Tian Yuan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get the treasure. At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared at the gate. It's a star, venerable level treasure. Chu Hatong and the others stared at the treasure Tian Yuan was pulling with greed in their eyes. They could tell what level it was at first glance. The heavenly star ring became vigilant as soon as they saw them. The Chu family was one of the best big families. They had sent 7 Grand Star Venerables, including 3 in the late stage. That was enough to show how strong they were. The other geniuses in the late stage of the Star Venerable level were not included. It wouldn't take long for another group of Grand Star Venerables to appear. The Chu family and the Zhu family were both the best. They were one of the strongest families on the Red Moon planet. The Heavenly Star Ring was really nervous now that they were here. If they fought, they wouldn't be able to resist them. I didn't expect you to open a gate so quickly, and there is even a Star Venerable level treasure inside. Chu Hatong laughed and said, "Now, I'll give you 2 options. You can either leave now, or we will force you to leave. Make your choice." Chu Hatong was very overbearing. He would be a fool if he didn't fight against a Star Venerable level treasure. Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected them to come so quickly. It seemed Jing Xian wasn't weak. She had found the right way to the killing formation so quickly. She wasn't much slower than him. This ability was really amazing. Jing Xian was really a super genius. In terms of deduction ability, she was definitely the strongest he had ever seen. "Don't be so nervous. I'm here." Yi Tianyan looked calm. He told the Heavenly Star Ring not to panic. The Heavenly Star Ring was struck dumb. How could they not panic? There were 7 Grand Star Venerables in front of them, including 3 in the late stage. It was impossible for them not to panic. Not bad. No wonder they dared to fall out with the Tian family and the Mu family. Chu Hatong said with a smile, "If the Tian family and the Mu family were here, I might be a bit scared." But now, Chu Hatong took a few steps forward. He said with a smile, "Do you think the 3 of you can stop them?" "Great Elder, let's go." Jing Xian, who was at the side, suddenly said. "What?" Chu Hatong thought he had misheard. Jing Xian wanted them to leave. Chapter 22:19. Jing Xian had asked her people not to fight. That was beyond everyone's expectations. Tian Xing Huan was even more surprised. She did not think that Jing Xian would choose to leave because of her. She had met Jing Xian a few times, but only a few times. She wouldn't give up a Star Venerable treasure because of that. Why? Chu Hatong asked, frowning. "No reason. There are other areas waiting for us to explore. We won't fight with them," Jing Xian said, glancing calmly at Yi Tianyan. "There are only 3 of them, while we have 7. Our cultivations and numbers are much higher than theirs. Even if we fight, we won't suffer any losses." Chu Hatong still couldn't understand. They had the absolute advantage, but they had given up. It made him feel like he was going crazy. Chu Hatong wasn't being arrogant in terms of numbers and cultivations. They were basically suppressing their opponents in every aspect. In such a situation, they would be stupid not to fight for the treasure. There might be many Star Venerable treasures in the purple gold divine pavilion, but who would complain about having more Star Venerable treasures? If they could get one, they would get one. No one would complain about having more. Moreover, the inner area of the purple gold divine pavilion was not a place that could be entered easily. This was also the reason why very few people had obtained Star Venerable level treasures all this time. Some treasures were obviously there, but you couldn't get them. That was the biggest problem. "Grand Elder, let's go." Jing Xian turned around and left. She didn't respect the Grand Elder. All right. Chu Hutong sighed. He left with Jing Xian, with the other elders. They didn't fight for the treasure. That was the Grand Elder, but Jing Xian treated him like this. Yi Tianyan was surprised. She didn't just listen to Jing Xian, she didn't get angry. That made him think Jing Xian's status was even higher. Her cultivation might not be the highest, but it seemed she was even stronger than the Grand Elder. After they left, Heavenly Star Ring heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. I thought I had no choice but to give them up. If they chose to give up, Chu Hutong and the others would not pursue the matter and would directly let them go. If they could avoid fighting, they would definitely not fight. Killing them wouldn't bring them any benefits. If they were to go all out and injure their side, it would definitely affect them greatly. Therefore, if they could avoid fighting here, they would basically avoid fighting. Unless they encountered a shocking treasure, they would have to fight. This Miss Jing Xian is quite interesting. Yi Tianyan rubbed his chin as he watched them leave. I'll remember this. Next time I encounter such a situation, I'll choose to let them go. Young Master Yi, they have 7 great star venerables. Can you defeat them? Heavenly Star Ring was shocked. It's hard to say. Yi Tianyan smiled mysteriously. He was not afraid of facing 7 great star venerables. He was not sure who would win if they fought. At least if he wanted to escape, he could escape at any time. No one could stop him. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say who would die. However, Jing Xian had left with them. Theoretically, they had avoided a great loss. Even if Yi Tianyan could not kill all of them, he could at least kill most of them. When they took revenge later, that would be the most terrifying. Heavenly Star Ring looked at him suspiciously, but did not say anything. She felt Yi Tianyan was becoming more and more mysterious. She had found Yi Tianyan mysterious ever since she saw his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. She did not know how he cultivated. Maybe Yi Tianyan really had a trump card that could kill many of his opponents. While they were talking, Jing Xian and the others turned a corner and went to another area. Jing Xian, what's going on? Why didn't we rob them? Chu Hutong asked after they left. He could not ask in front of Yi Tianyan and the others. I have a bad feeling. I feel that special great star venerate has a special power. If he explodes, we might be in danger. Jing Xian said with a frown. I can't describe it. Anyway, I don't want to have a conflict with him. Is that even possible? Chu Hutong frowned. Then he shook his head and said, forget it. Since it's your feeling, let's just go with it. Your feeling has never been wrong. Yeah, Jing Xian's feeling has never been wrong, especially with the help of the unique star Dharma idol. She can infer many things. We'd better believe it to avoid any bad consequences. It's a pity to give up a star venerable treasure, but we have to play it safe. Maybe there are a lot of star venerable treasures waiting for us in another area. Chu Tianla smiled optimistically. They all chose to listen to Jing Xian. They did not have any complaints, because Jing Xian's feeling was not correct only once. It was correct almost every time. That was why they chose to believe her. Although they thought they could still fight for it, they had to give up to avoid any accidents. According to the map, we only need to make a detour to reach the next treasury. Chu Hutong took out the map and spread it out to check the information on it. If Yi Tianyan and the others were here, they would find that the map was exactly the same as the one they had. The signs and the positions of the circles were exactly the same. Yi Tianyan and the others were guarding the gate. Tian Yuan was about to subdue the star venerable treasure, so no one dared to come in for the moment. It's done. Tian Yuan shouted in pleasant surprise. The light in his hand soared, and sucked the star venerable level treasure into his hand. He grasped it firmly and took complete control of the star venerable level treasure. After sensing it carefully, Tian Yuan exclaimed, "No wonder it's a star venerable treasure. I feel my power has been greatly enhanced when I hold it. I can even fight with someone at a higher level. No wonder so many forces are scrambling for it. They don't want to give up such a treasure." Tian Yuan sighed. However, they would have to hand it in before they left. But compared to his sister's freedom, this treasure was nothing. "Let's go. Let's go to the next place. Let's go before the other practitioners come." Tianyan nodded and said, "Okay, the Chu family really scared me when they showed up. I thought they were going to rob us. Fortunately, Jing Xin asked them to leave. That's strange." Tian Yuan found it very strange. He really thought they had to give up. "Well, we don't want to clash with them anyway," Tianyan said with a smile, and continued to lead them forward. After making a detour, they ran into Jing Xin and the others again. They were busy breaking the star patterns on the treasury. This time, they turned around and left. They didn't stay there. Chapter 22:20. After circling around for a while, they found another treasure house. And then they started to explore the treasure house without the slightest hesitation. Thanks to Tianyun's shocking speed, they witnessed the miracle of destroying it within seconds. The star patterns on the door were erased in a short while. It was extremely easy. After pushing open the heavy door, what they saw was not any star venerable level treasure, but some elixirs. They went in and searched for a while. There were not many elixirs, but they were of high quality. They were much worse than star venerable level treasures. These elixirs had some effect on them, but it was not obvious. They had a good effect on star venerables. For them, the effect was average. This was not unexpected. Not all treasury vaults had a large number of treasures or star venerable level treasures. If that were the case, star venerable level treasures would have been everywhere outside. After all, many of the treasury vaults had been opened, but there were still very few star venerable level treasures outside. They had almost never been seen. Even if there were, they would only be clan treasures. They would not be taken out unless it was a critical moment. No one knew what the rules of how the treasures were placed in the violet gold divine pavilion. In any case, there were some scattered treasures inside. Some of the treasury vaults were even empty. This was the most frustrating thing. They had worked so hard for nothing, yet they could not find a single treasure. That would make them want to vomit blood. They are all elixirs. What a pity, Tian Yuan sighed, and said, "Then we can only look for the next treasury. Let's see if we can find star venerable level treasures quickly. That will depend on luck. If we can find it, we will find it. If we can't, there is nothing we can do." Tianyan had a smile on his face, as if he did not care about this. He did not regard treasures as dirt. It was just that this was not his target. In any case, the violet gold divine pavilion key was not used to open these treasure vaults. If it could be used to open the treasury, they would be able to plunder all the treasures effortlessly. "Brother E, your state is pretty good. Any other grand star, venerable, would be hopping mad. After spending so much effort, I still couldn't find the treasure. That kind of mood is extremely bad." Tian Yuan smiled and said, "But Brother E is different. His speed is too fast. If you have the ability, your mentality will be different." In his opinion, the fact that Tianyan could have such a mentality meant that he was extremely capable. For example, a treasure could take hundreds of years to forge. Some people spent hundreds of years only to fail at the last moment. How would they feel? If someone were to forge the same treasure, they would only spend a few days. Even if they failed, they wouldn't feel it was a pity. Yi Tianyan was able to break through the star runes so easily. Even if there were no treasures inside, it wouldn't make him feel bad. Something like that. Yi Tianyan didn't explain too much. Anyway, no one could guarantee anything, so he didn't want to explain the situation. Shortly after, they rushed to the next treasury, and when they arrived, they saw Jing Xian and the others breaking the star runes on the treasures. This meant that they had already broken through the second one. Their speed was quite shocking compared to Yi Tianyan's team. They were slower, but overall, their speed was quite shocking. It's them again. We ran into them again. Tian Yuan was stunned. They had run into them before, but now they ran into them again. After all, there were many treasures in this area, and there were many detours. Every passage could lead to a different area. However, they ran into them again, which made them feel very strange. What a coincidence! They've met us again. However, the speed at which they break through is really fast. Chu Hetong and the others were startled. Soon after, they laughed. If it wasn't for Jing Xian telling them not to attack, it could be said that they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Tian Yuan glanced at them and said, "Let's go to the next area. We can't break through this treasury anymore." Tian Xinhuan nodded. When he left with Tian Yuan, he found that Yi Tianyan was standing still, looking at Jing Xian. "Young master, Yi, why aren't you leaving?" Tian Xinhuan asked. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, Chu Hudong and the others would change their minds. After all, they had appeared so many times, it was possible that they would change their minds. "I have to ask something. There's something strange about this." Yi Tianyan took a few steps forward and asked, "Miss Jing Xian, did you find the purple gold divine pavilion's treasury map?" His bold question not only stunned the other party, but also Tian Yuan and the others. What did Yi Tianyan mean? How did this guy know that we have the purple gold divine pavilion's treasury map? Chu Hutong and the others were shocked. They had done a good job of keeping it a secret. No one would know that they had the treasury map. Jing Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. After staring at Yi Tianyan for a moment, she slowly said, "Yes, we have the treasury map. I wonder if you have any questions?" Jing Xian answered so straightforwardly, without the slightest bit of concealment, which surprised them. Chu Hatong wanted to say something, but he didn't. He just wanted to explain that they had the treasury map. It wasn't like they were showing it to others. In any case, they had enough power to protect the treasury map, so it wasn't a big deal. But if he said it so bluntly, wouldn't it bring them some trouble? "Can I take a look?" Yi Tianyan asked directly. This was too much. Chu Hatong looked like he was looking at an idiot. He had the treasure map, so why would he show it to others? Wasn't this the same as exposing the information? Just when he thought that Yi Tianyan was an idiot and was about to retort, Jing Xian actually replied, "Yes." Then Jing Xian really took out the treasure map under his dumbfounded eyes. This almost made Chu Hatong vomit blood. He began to suspect that Jing Xian was Yi Tianyan's woman. She actually took out the treasure map directly. Jing Xian was very generous. She waved the treasure map in front of them. The contents inside couldn't be seen in its entirety, but at least a small part could be seen. As expected, Yi Tianyan also took out the treasure map and flicked it forward. He said indifferently, "Miss Jing Xian, it seems like you're the same as me. You've deduced some information, right?" Jing Xian received the treasure map that Yi Tianyan flicked over. She glanced at it and gave it to Yi Tianyan. "That's right. I've guessed it as well." Jing Xian smiled. She met Yi Tianyan's gaze with some admiration. "What's going on?" Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what the two were talking about. Chu Hatong and the others could see that Itianyan also had a map. It's very simple. The treasure map that this young master has is exactly the same as ours. Jing Xian said calmly. What? Chapter 22-21. Jing Xian's words had a huge impact on them. The treasure maps that they had obtained through untold hardships and relying on fortuitous encounters were actually exactly the same. Not to mention the Chu clan, even Tian Yuan and the others were stunned. They had always thought that their map was absolutely unique. But now, they discovered that there was another treasure map, and it was exactly the same. The exact same treasure map. Chu Hatong was stunned and said in disbelief, "That's impossible. Our Chu clan paid such a huge price to dig it out of a dangerous place. Now you're telling me that it's not unique? See for yourselves if it's the same or not." Yi Tianyan very generously flicked it forward. Since Jing Xian was so generous, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, it was the exact same, so he wasn't worried that Chu Hatong would snatch it away. After Chu Hatong received it, he looked it up and down. His expression instantly darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. If there was an extra copy, wouldn't that be the same as exposing their treasure map? Based on this, as long as they eliminated Yi Tianyun's side, wouldn't the treasure map not be exposed? Are you trying to silence us so that the treasure map will be unique? Yi Tianyun smiled and completely exposed Chu Hatong's inner thoughts. Tian Yuan and the others' expressions darkened. They also felt the killing intent from Chu Hatong and immediately felt that Yi Tianyan was a bit rash. Although they could verify that both sides had the same map, this would undoubtedly incite Chu Hatong's anger and make him want to silence them. What do you think? Chu Hatong sneered. The other elders all took a step forward with a domineering, killing intent. At this moment, Jing Xian said indifferently, "First elder, you don't need to be like this. It's meaningless." This young master dared to say it, so he must have his own thoughts, or rather, his thoughts are the same as mine. Lady Jing Xian, it seems like you guessed the same as me? Yi Tianyan smiled. It should be the same. Perhaps there isn't just one copy of this map, but many. Jing Xian revealed an even more shocking news. How is this possible? There are many copies of this map. Chu Hatong's killing intent was immediately extinguished. If there were a lot of them, then what was the point of silencing them? In this way, everything became meaningless. The blow to Chu Hatong and the others became even more exaggerated. If even Tian Yuan was shocked, then didn't that mean they hadn't done anything at all? This is just my speculation, but the possibility is very high. Your map was obtained from the so-called danger zone. According to what I know, the Mu clan also obtained a treasure map. As for the details, I'm not sure if it's the same as ours or not. According to my deductions, it should be similar. Yi Tianyan had seen such a treasure map in Mu Yangsu's memories. She only knew that they had obtained the treasure map, but Mu Yangsu had not seen what the treasure map looked like. She had only received the news, but before she could see it, Yi Tianyan had already killed her. As for the other great clans, I think they should have the treasure map as well. When I came in, I saw that they were very proactive and excited. Looking at their confident looks, I'm afraid they have also found a similar treasure map. Yi Tianyan shrugged. Generally speaking, these treasure maps are either unique or there are many copies. There won't be only two. That's right, I think so too. At first, I was a little suspicious of this treasure map and felt that it was unusual. I didn't think much about it, but now it seems that there are many copies of this treasure map. They were scattered and placed in dangerous areas, and some were even placed in less dangerous areas. Jing Xian looked at Yi Tianyun and asked, "Where did you get your copy?" Tian Yuan paused before saying, "We found it in a special cave. It was found in a corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time. From their point of view, that corpse should have been left behind by some powerful being. It could be said that it was quite credible. This was also the reason why they came to the Purple Gold Divine Pavilion with confidence. They wanted to obtain the treasure. Who knew that they would be told that there was more than one treasure map? Under such circumstances, everyone could easily and accurately find the direction and did not need to wander around randomly. They felt a little disheartened. Under such circumstances, the map was still somewhat useful. The usefulness was that under the premise that other cultivators had not come in, the map could still be used to its greatest effect. Well, now that the verification is done, let's continue to explore the treasure vault. Now it's a race of speed. Before the other great clans come in, we should find as many treasures as we can. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly, took the treasure map that Chu Hatong threw over, and left with his people. He was only here to verify his thoughts. After figuring it out, he would know what was going on. Chu Hatong and the others did not stop Yi Tianyun. Silencing him or killing him was meaningless. The killing intent from before was extinguished in an instant. Continue to destroy them. Speed up. Chu Hatong said in a low voice. They felt that Yi Tianyun's words were very credible. It was either one or countless. They believed that there were countless of them. After Yi Tianyun and the others left, they continued to the next treasure vault area. Along the way, Tian Yuan and the others asked, "Brother Yi, even if you ask clearly, it doesn't seem to be meaningful. We came in first anyway. Even if they don't have a map, once this place is filled with cultivators, everything will become irrelevant. So what if there were many treasure vault maps? It seemed meaningless now. It was better to find more treasures. If they fell out with Chu Hatong and the others, it would become especially troublesome. Important, very important," Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. "There are some things that I did not tell them, mainly because I was afraid that they would not believe me. Why do you think there are so many maps all of a sudden? Has it ever occurred to you that this was done on purpose?" Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with a few cold glints. "Done on purpose?" They were stunned and suddenly said in unison, "Could it be the giant beast clan?" "Yes, what I want to verify is not that the map in our hands is unique, nor is it a treasure, but whether this treasure map was deliberately scattered to attract more great clans." Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with wisdom. "This way, it will achieve the effect of capturing all of them in one fell swoop. Originally, many clans were hesitant. After all, this is a battlefield for the great clans. But if we have the map in our hands, do you think they will come in?" Chapter 22:22. "Brother Yi, you really think deeply. We really didn't think about this matter." Tian Yuan and the others were not so naive, but they did not leave any traces. This was also related to the treasure map. Who would spread the news after obtaining a treasure map? Therefore, everyone thought that they had their own share, and the result was very obvious. No one could guess where the real problem lay. Yi Tianyun had not thought of this either. He had always been thinking about what schemes the giant beast race would use to capture all the great families of planet Crimson Moon. When they ran into the Chu clan several times in a row, he realized what the problem was. It was very likely that there was more than one map. The treasure was very important. The giant beast race's scheme had to be taken seriously at that time. So what if they obtained the treasure? It would just be a gift to others. It's normal not to think about it. I didn't think about it before either. I just happened to encounter it several times, so I had to think about it carefully. I didn't expect that Jing Xian had also thought of this problem. But Jing Xian probably won't be able to guess the giant beast race. Tianyun shook his head. He wanted to tell them the situation, but if they did not believe him, it would be pointless. I don't think anyone will know about this. The giant beast race has always been thought to be on the verge of extinction. Sister Jing, Xin, definitely won't think of it. Tian Xinhuan shook his head and sighed. Even though Jing Xion's abilities were good, there were some things that she could not deduce. Perhaps she could deduce some danger, but she definitely did not know what danger it was. And if she was alone, I would mention it to her. As for whether she believes it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Tianyun would not say it directly because Chu Hatong and the others were present. Only the heavens knew if they would bite back at him for his good intentions. This treasure map represents the giant beast race's location very clearly. It seems that it will also be very simple for them to come in. However, they probably did not expect that there would be changes outside, causing the situation to become a little special. Tianyun smiled. Not just the giant beast race, even the Tian family's complexion changed. The originally good plan suddenly changed. It felt like they had to start from scratch. In that case, we'll have to be cautious now. If the giant beasts sneak in, we might be ambushed. Tian Yuan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. Since it was possible that the colossal beast race had spread the news, they would definitely make use of it. Okay, but before that, let's search for treasures first. Let's get as many as we can. If we get more star-level treasures, we can use them to protect ourselves. Tianyun didn't have a star venerable level treasure. If he had a star venerable level treasure, he would be even more powerful. The long moon azure dragon knife was pretty good, but it had fallen to the galaxy level. It was still far from the star venerable level. After that, they arrived at the other treasure vaults and started to swiftly destroy them. At the same time, more and more cultivators began to pour in from the tunnel outside. I've finally broken through. The difficulty is really high. That's right. They are trying to put us in our place right from the start. The violet gold divine pavilion sure knows how to change. This place seems to correspond to the treasure map we found. It's true. This time, we are going to make a fortune. I hope we can find more star-level treasures. After groups of cultivators poured in, they were all overjoyed. Most importantly, they all had a treasure map. After they entered, they started to search quickly according to the mark on the map. Basically, every group of cultivators did the same. They all took out the treasure map, secretly, and started to search crazily according to the mark on it. As time went by, more and more cultivators came in. It wasn't like before, when only 2 families were searching here. We've finally come in. I wonder if they found any treasures. Tian Yueming and the others looked unhappy. It took them a long time to get in. Tian Yueming and the others were unhappy, but they were still looking forward to it. If Tian Yuan and the others found some star-level treasures, they would be delighted. 3-star venerable level treasures would allow the Tian family to become one of the top great families in one go. I'm afraid they didn't find anything. How can star-level treasures be found so quickly? Besides, do they have the treasure map? Without the treasure map, they will just wander around and waste their time. Tian Shengfeng was full of disdain. Even if Tianyun came in ahead of time, it wouldn't matter. In his opinion, without the treasure map, it would be meaningless. That's true. The structure on the map is so complicated. Without the map, it's not easy to find treasures. This was especially so since many of the treasure vaults had been opened. Going there would only be a waste of time and effort. There will be many traps on the way. It will be a waste of time. Tian Yueming nodded. Anyway, they have promised us that they must hand over a star venerable level treasure before we go out. That kid is really arrogant. Elder Tian Yueming, you guys have to teach him a lesson later. The elders of the Mu clan interrupted to remind them. That's for sure. Those who betray us won't have a good ending. Tian Yueming's eyes were ice cold. He led them to sneak in quickly. One after another, the big families came in, including the Zhu family. The Zhu family had come in earlier than the others. Everyone started to look for treasures as soon as they got the treasure map. Soon, the Chu family ran into a group of practitioners. When the group of cultivators saw the Chu family, they quickly turned around and left without any hesitation. The Chu family was one of the strongest forces. As long as one wasn't a fool, he wouldn't want to have a conflict with the Chu family. As there were too many cultivators, batches after batches of cultivators soon found their way to the Chu clan. They didn't have a conflict with the Chu family, but the Chu family's members didn't look happy. They all have treasure maps. Chu Hatong and the others had confirmed the situation. The area they had explored was quite deep. Even if they had come in through the first round, it would have taken them a long time to reach their area. If one or two groups had come, it wouldn't have been a big deal. There were so many families, so it was normal to run into one or two. But now, they had run into a large number of practitioners. The real situation had been revealed. Yi Tianyun's words had been verified. That's right. They all have treasure maps. Jing Xian looked calm. She had expected it, so she wasn't surprised. She wasn't like Chu Hudong and the others, who didn't think it was credible. She had believed there were many treasure maps. You said you wouldn't have a conflict with them. Does that guy have some special ability, like a deduction ability? Chu Hudong asked suddenly. No, it's not about that. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, we shouldn't have a conflict with him, unless it's a critical moment, Jing Xian said with a frown. Chapter 22-23. Yi Tianyun's team was so fast that they managed to crack many star patterns in the treasury in a short time. They swept through the treasury, but did not find a single star venerable treasure. Except for the first treasury, there was not a single star venerable treasure in the rest of the treasury, which disappointed them greatly. He had thought that it would be easier to find star venerable level treasures later on, but he hadn't expected that there wouldn't be any. There were only elixirs or galaxy-level treasures. Worse still, there was an empty treasury. An empty treasury was definitely the worst outcome. Brother E, about the treasure map. In that case, we basically didn't contribute at all. Yet, you still want to split the treasures with us. It makes us feel a little embarrassed. No matter how thick-skinned Tian Yuan was, he could not keep taking treasures. This made him feel very awkward and ashamed to accept it. He had said he was willing to share the treasures because he had the treasure map. Now that the treasure map was so common and the giant bee scheme, they felt they were not qualified to get the treasures. Brother Tian, you don't have to say that. You are going to join my force, which means you are one of us. Why are you still talking about this? Yi Tianyun smiled calmly. They had both joined his force. In Yi Tianyun's eyes, this was the best treasure. Even a large family would want to rope in 2 grand star venerables. However, they would not be willing to use star venerable treasures to rope them in. Star venerable treasures were too precious. It would be a loss to exchange them. For a grand star venerable, it would be more worthwhile to exchange them for several grand star venerables. However, several grand star venerables would not exchange them for just 1 star venerable treasure. There were several of them. How could they use 1 star venerable treasure? They were not interested in galaxy treasures, and they could not afford star venerable treasures. They were in an awkward position. Well, thank you, Brother E. We will be loyal to you, since we joined your force. Tian Yuan and the others were touched. To be honest, Yi Tianyun was the only one who had such a thought. If it had been another family, they would have thought it through. This was because they had only joined, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't betray them in the future. Therefore, they would be concerned, but they wouldn't trust them completely. As for giving away all the treasures, that was even more impossible. If he hadn't done anything meritorious, how could he casually give away treasures? If treasures were given out so casually, those big families would have fallen long ago. After all, a random group of star venerables could go and take the treasures before leaving. That would be a great profit. Yi Tianyun's side didn't even have any merit, and they were already casually distributing the treasures. How generous! As they continued to break down the door, they finally saw some cultivators coming over. When the first group of cultivators saw them breaking through the treasure trove, they sized them up for a moment before choosing to leave. According to the strength of the two sides, there was no doubt that the one who came in was stronger. However, when they saw that Yi Tianyun was breaking through the treasury, they didn't care about it at all. There were so many treasures in the violet gold divine pavilion, there was no need to worry about there being no more. Rather than fighting with them for this unopened treasury, it was better to go to the next one first. Since there was a first group, there would be a second group. Soon, they noticed that more and more cultivators were pouring in. The advantage of being the first to enter immediately disappeared. So many cultivators are pouring in. How can they enter so easily? Tian Xinhuan said in surprise. According to what brother, he said, if they have the treasure map, it will be very easy for them to enter. Moreover, they will be able to accurately find the treasury that has not been opened before. Tian Yuan felt very helpless. Looks like we have to speed up. Let's try to open as many as we can. Tian Xinhuan sighed. Their last bit of hope was completely gone. It wasn't that they didn't believe Yi Tianyun's words, but they still hoped that not so many people would get the treasure map. Now, it seemed that almost all of them had the treasure map, and there were quite a lot of them. Don't be so discouraged. The treasury outside is just a casual appetizer. The real theme is in the inner area. Yi Tianyun smiled. He didn't feel depressed at all. The inner area? All this while, no one has been able to enter the inner area. At most, they can only move around in this area. The key is that the passage to the inner area is not marked on the map, Tian Xinhuan said doubtfully. So, we have to find out how to enter. Just because there is no mark on the treasure map doesn't mean that we haven't found it. It could be deliberately hidden. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Do you think the giant beast clan will let so many cultivators find the true location? They will definitely keep it to themselves. They won't let us touch it. According to my deduction, besides tricking more clans into coming in, this treasure map is also confusing. It will make us look for the treasury that is circled and ignore the true passage. Yi Tianyun came up with a series of deductions. This was also after a period of speculation. Now, it was slightly confirmed. Come to think of it, that's really the case. They thought about it carefully. After hearing what Yi Tianyun said, they really felt that this was the case. Then, how should we find the correct passage? Tian Yuyuan frowned. He took out the map, trying to find some clues. They couldn't just follow him. No matter what, they had to find a position together. I have deduced a little about this, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. What? Tian Yuan and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyun had already thought about this. Did you notice that the areas I've been looking for are slightly off track? Yi Tianyun explained. That's right. We sensed it before. The areas you've chosen don't have many treasury vaults. In fact, they are gradually decreasing. They belong to the more remote corners. Tian Yuan and the others echoed. Yes, if I'm not wrong. Those treasure vaults that are circled are meant to lead us away from the exit, to a direction that's completely different from the real passage. On the contrary, the further away from the treasury, the more likely it is to be the real passage. Yi Tianyun's eyes were like torches that seemed to see through everything. Then why didn't Brother Yi go directly to that area? If we guessed wrong, we could have immediately changed direction. Tian Yuan didn't quite understand, because even if we reached there, we might not be able to open it. So why don't we take it step by step and see if there are any treasures? Besides, I'm waiting for them to come in. Yi Tianyun smiled coldly. Chapter 22-24. As time passed, they realized that Yi Tianyun had planned everything. Many things had been planned by him. He just hadn't told them in advance. It was probably a deduction, so he wasn't in a hurry to say it. Now that he had said it, they were shocked. They really hadn't thought about it in this way. Yes, wait for the giant beasts to come in. The giant beasts will definitely sneak in. As for how they will come in, I'm not sure. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. Perhaps they've already mastered the method to open it. We just need to pay more attention, and we'll be able to go in together. But before that, we don't know how they'll get rid of the cultivators here. They might forcibly get rid of them, or they might use other methods. Yi Tianyun couldn't guess everything. He could only make a rough guess. Then, let's continue moving in step by step. Let's see what the real situation is like. Tian Yuan planned to follow Yi Tianyun's plan and continue exploring. Yi Tianyun nodded. It was fine as long as they followed the previous plan, unless something unexpected happened. As they gradually explored the more remote areas, there were fewer cultivators coming over. They all had maps, and there was no corresponding treasure trove marked on the maps. Naturally, they wouldn't come over. There are no signs of cultivators here. Tian Yuan and the others saw that there were no cultivators here at all. Everything was empty. It wasn't like before. Even if there were no treasures, there would still be some cultivators looking for something. It was different now. There were no cultivators at all. If there were any cultivators, they would either be from the giant beasts or had wandered here without a map. It was just that the latter was generally not very likely. No matter how they wandered, it was difficult to wander to this area. After all, there were many forks in the road. It was a miracle that they could wander here in such a short amount of time. We're ready to reach the end of this area. I wonder if there's a real passageway there. Tian Yuan knew the coordinates on the map. They were in a remote area at the edge. If they continued walking, they would reach the end. It was either a dead end or a passageway. Just then, a group of people rushed over from behind. When they saw Yi Tianyun and the others, they were stunned, as if they did not expect to see them here. Yi Tianyun looked up and focused. There were not many cultivators in front of them. There were only 4 of them, and they were all Grand Star Venerables. The highest level was late-stage Grand Star Venerate. Their overall strength was quite strong. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that they were from the colossal beast race. That's right. He had been wondering when the giant beast race would appear. Now, they had finally appeared, and they had come to such a remote area. This proved that Yi Tianyun's conjecture was correct. This was the correct path. The fact that so many giant beasts were rushing over was the best proof. Why would a cultivator appear here? The man in the lead frowned. He looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, are you lost?" "More or less. We are a little lost." Yi Tianyun smiled calmly and lied, echoing the other party's words. "Actually, this path is not the correct path. We did not believe it at first, so we came here to take a look. However, we discovered that we went the wrong way." The man in the lead took out a map and unfolded it in front of them. He said, "This is the map we found. Generally speaking, there is no treasure house here, so we insisted on coming here to take a look. Who would have expected this to be the case? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't continue forward. There is only a dead end ahead. There is no treasure house. The man generously pushed the map in front of Tianyun and the others so that they could see it clearly. They probably thought that Tianyun and the others did not have a map, so they took it out and showed it to them. Tianyuan and the others had strange expressions. How could there be someone so stupid and generous as to show a map so casually? They had to admit that this map was exactly the same as the one they had obtained. There is only a dead end ahead. Huh? Tianyun rubbed his chin as he pondered. That's right. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. We are planning to go back now. The man did not say much to them. He turned around and walked down another path. It was exactly the same as the map had shown them. After they left, Tianyun smiled slightly. Then let's go. With that, he led them down another path. Tian Xinhuan wanted to remind him, but Tian Yuan reached out and stopped her, gesturing for her not to say anything. After they left, the group that had just left turned around and came back. Boss, we were almost exposed. How could there be people who did not get a map? We released so many maps, so we should have been able to get a map, Do Long muttered to the side. I'm not sure about that. Before we open the door, we still don't want this place to be exposed. The man in the lead was called Pengda. They all had their own cultivator names. In the astral beast race, they did not use such names. They quickly continued to move forward, and after they disappeared, Tianyun and the others came back again. What's going on? They went back again. Isn't that contradictory? Tian Xinhuan was extremely confused. Previously, they said that there was a dead end ahead, but now they were walking forward again. What do you think of them? Tianyun was in no hurry to explain. Nothing much. Their cultivation is not low. I wonder which great family clan they are from. They are really unfamiliar faces. Tian Xinhuan shook his head. They are from the astral beast race. Can you tell? Tianyun said calmly. Astral beast race. Tian Yuan and the others were shocked. That group of people were actually from the astral beast race. I can't tell at all. Aren't they ordinary cultivators? Tian Xinhuan was shocked. If you could tell, do you think they could still sneak in? Tianyun said calmly. They have undergone evolution to achieve this effect. When I heard Brother E say it before, I thought it was unbelievable. Now that we are walking in front of them, we can't even sense anything. Their concealment ability is too terrifying. Even if they sneak into the sect, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Tian Yuan's expression was solemn. This was no small matter. It was not something that could be easily resolved. Chapter 22-25. The giant beasts had entered, which meant the plan had begun. Tian Xinhuan and Tian Yuan both looked serious. 3 against 4 was too difficult. The other side had a late-stage star venerable. It would be very difficult to kill them. Let's go there directly, Tianyun said calmly. What? Go there directly? Aren't we just following them? Tian Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. They had wanted to follow them secretly and see what they were going to do. But Tianyun said they would follow them directly. Wasn't that a bit too rude? Yes, now that we know the real passage, there's no need to think too much about it. We just need to kill it. Tianyun said calmly. He didn't look like he was joking at all. 3 against 4? They have a late stage star venerable. Are you sure you want to do this? Tian Yuan and the others found it unbelievable. It had always been difficult to fight someone at a higher level. That's right. Don't we have star-level treasures? It won't be a problem for us to shake them up with star-level treasures. Tianyun looked at him with a smile and said, This is a star venerable level treasure. Can I borrow it for a while? It would be a little difficult to kill 4 grand star venerates, but it was not a problem for him, especially with the help of a star venerable treasure. It would be even easier to deal with them. No problem. Tian Yuan quickly took out the star venerable treasure and handed it to Yi Tianyun without hesitation. Yi Tianyun took it and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's go kill the giant beasts." "Okay, since Brother Yi is so bold, I will risk my life to accompany you." Tian Yuan also smiled. He did not care about the gap between them. "He's crazy. He's crazy." Tian Xing, Huan looked worried. They had never seen Yi Tianyun's power. Even if his cultivation had increased, he was still a late-stage star venerable. It would be difficult to fight against him. A mid-stage star venerable with a star venerable treasure could fight someone at a higher level, but it depended on how well they could control it. They had just obtained the treasure, so they weren't very familiar with it. Normally, they wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Thus, it was hard to say if they could fight someone stronger than them. Now that they were so daring to kill their way over, even Tian Xing, Huan thought that they were crazy. Most importantly, she also thought that she was crazy. Not only did she not stop them, but she also followed them. When Yi Tianyun took the star venerable level treasure, he felt his hand sink. It was quite heavy. This star venerable level treasure was quite special. It was a small dagger. It wasn't a rare weapon, but it was undeniable that it wasn't as comfortable as a longsword or a spear. However, it was still a star venerable level treasure. Although it was a low-level treasure, and not a superstar venerable level treasure, it was still a star venerable level treasure. The feeling of holding it was different. A very good weapon. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied with this weapon. Not bad indeed. I'm not good at using daggers. I wonder if Brother Yi is good at using daggers? Tian Yuan didn't care what kind of treasure it was, as long as it was a star venerable level treasure. It's okay. I can basically use it. Yi Tianyun smiled. What do you mean you can basically use it? Young Master Yi, you should be careful. Those are 4 grand star venerables. Why don't you familiarize yourself with them? If you are not familiar with them, it will be too late to familiarize yourself with them after the fight. Tian Xing, Huan tried to persuade him. She didn't ask them not to fight, but at least they should familiarize themselves with the weapon. As for calling for help, they didn't have any help. If they asked others to come over, they probably wouldn't want to come over. They all preferred to act according to the treasure map instead of coming to this remote area. No need. I'm a little confident in using a dagger. Yi Tianyun smiled. There was no weapon he didn't know. After getting the memories of so many practitioners, he had mastered many martial arts techniques and abilities, especially in the use of weapons. Although he wasn't the best, he was at least proficient in most of them. Tian Xing, Huan didn't say anything after hearing Yi Tianyun's words, but she was a little worried. Sister, don't worry. Even if we can't beat them, we can still run away. I don't believe that they'll catch up to us here. When the time comes, we'll let the other cultivators see the true face of the giant beast clan. Tian Yuan laughed heartily. The only reason he was so straightforward was because he wanted to escape. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a fight, since he had nothing to fear. No, we will make them all stay. We will open the door and sneak in alone. We will take all the treasures. Yi Tianyun grinned. What do you think? Make them all stay? Tian Yuan almost bit his tongue off. He was really scared. Take all the treasures? That's a good idea, but they have many grand star venerables. When the time comes, just listen to my instructions. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Tian Yuan stared at Yi Tianyun for a while. Then he nodded and said, "Then we will follow Brother Yi's instructions and go a little crazy." Tian Xinghuan slapped his face. He couldn't bear to watch this. They were all crazy. The three of them wanted to make the four of them stay. Just the thought of it was crazy. The treasures were good, but they had to act according to their strength. Otherwise, how would they use them when they were dead? After saying that, Yi Tianyun led them forward. They really swaggered in. Tian Xinghuan wondered if he was visiting his own mansion. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? After walking for a short while, the passageway in front of them gradually widened. In the end, a huge golden door came into view. The door was densely covered with golden patterns. It was obvious that it was a more advanced star pattern. It would not be so easy to break it. The giant beasts were right in front of them. They were fiddling with the door, trying to figure out how to break it. It seemed like they were at their wits' end. If they could open it, they would have done so long ago. They wouldn't have left it until now. When they appeared, people immediately looked in their direction. Their expressions sank when they saw familiar faces. Didn't they leave? Why are they back? Dolong's expression turned cold. This wasn't a good thing. Peng Da's expression did not look good either. The three of them had undoubtedly disrupted their plans. "Sorry, we seem to have taken the wrong way. I have no sense of direction. I took the wrong way again. Where is this place? It seems quite special." Yi Tianyun walked over with a smile. He looked like he was really lost. Tian Xinghuan, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. No sense of direction? Who would believe that? No matter how bad one was, he would still be a grand star venerable. Chapter 22-26. Peng Da and the others immediately moved, surrounding Yi Tianyun at a shocking speed. Their priority was to seal off the escape route. The expressions of Heavenly Star Ring and the others changed. They could not help but want to retreat to the fork outside. If they fought there, they would have a chance to escape. If they were blocked here, it would be difficult for them to escape. No need to hide. Let them surround us. Yi Tianyun remained calm and told Tian Yuyuan to ignore them. Tian Yuyuan and the others calmed down a little and obeyed Yi Tianyun's words. They really did not leave. Heavenly Star Ring wanted to pull Tian Yuyuan away, but she resisted the urge. After all, Tian Yuyuan had not left. She could only risk her life to accompany him. She was still very nervous. If something really happened, she would let her brother go first, even if she had to sacrifice her life. Peng Da quickly surrounded them and stood behind them, sealing off the exit. The only exit was blocked just like that. If they wanted to escape, they had to defeat him. Peng Da was a late-stage star venerate. Even if he could not kill them, he could at least hold them back for a while. "Oh, you're quite bold. Who gave you the confidence?" Peng Da's gaze was cold and full of mockery. "Did you stop moving when you saw the treasury? If you want to get the treasure, you have to be able to. We took the wrong path. Is there a problem with that?" Yi Tianyun said with a faint smile. "Friend, since this path is blocked, can you let us go first? Do you think I can let you go? You saw the treasury. Do you think I'll let you go?" Peng Da said coldly, "I told you to leave, but you did not. Now that you're here, just stay here obediently." Peng Da did not say much. He pounced forward and unleashed his power. There was no star materialization, only the power of the colossal beast race. The figure of a colossal beast appeared behind him. Thick scales appeared on Peng Da's body. These scales were extremely sharp, as if he was wearing a thick blade. Both his speed and power were unleashed. Boom! The ground shook from Peng Da's stomp, and with the most violent manner, it bombarded this side. It really is the Giant Beast clan. When Tian Yuyuan and the others sensed this aura, they immediately knew that it was the Giant Beast clan. This aura was too familiar. It was completely the Giant Beast clan. Giant Beast clan. You're actually from the Giant Beast clan. Tianyun took a few steps back, his face full of shock, as if he was frightened. This level of acting made Tianxing Huan speechless. How did Tianyun learn so many tricks after not seeing him for a while? It should be said that they had only known each other for a short period of time. When they didn't know Tianyun that well, they had already separated. It's too late for you to know. This is destined to be our battlefield. Not only did Pengda erupt with power, but the three great star venerates behind him also erupted with power. The power of the colossal beast tribe burst forth with all its might, bursting forth with the power of its true body. Their power stacked up in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Pengda charged over, brandishing an extremely powerful attack in the direction of Tianyun. In his opinion, the cultivator in front of him was already so scared that he couldn't fight back. However, when Pengda was about to reach him, the corners of Tianyun's mouth curled up into a smile. His eyes flickered with a special light as he locked onto his opponent's weakness with the super appraisal eye. In the next moment, Tianyun erupted with his strongest power. The power of the seven-colored king dragon gushed out of his back, and his crazy mode stacked up. He shouted, "Help me!" In the next second, Tianyuan and the others also erupted with their strongest power. More than 30 cubic meters of astral power appeared above them, covering an area. Tianyun had already told them that when the fight started, he would release astral power when they helped him. They didn't know what that meant, but they did as they were told. After the astral power erupted, Tianyun used swallowing the starry sky without hesitation. He swallowed the astral power of two people in a row, and his fighting power soared to 56 cubic meters. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Otherwise, he could have continued to reach 60 cubic meters. After the eruption, Pengda's eyes widened. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such a dreadful power. When he saw the shadow of the seven-colored king dragon behind Tianyun, his eyes widened even more. This is the five-colored king dragon. Why is it here? He hadn't sensed that Tianyun's energy was the five-colored king dragon. He didn't know that after Tianyun's cultivation had improved and his level had increased, he had become very good at hiding his energy. Chaotic stars cut. Tianyun didn't pay attention to his opponent's expression. He dashed over in one breath. When he was close to Pengda, the star venerable level dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed at Pengda's weakest point at the highest speed. Since his opponent was a bit careless, he didn't react in time. Who would have thought that Tianyun would have such dreadful power in one breath? He was caught unprepared. The most important thing was that the star venerable level weapon gave him a good scare. Puff! The sharp dagger penetrated Pengda's scales easily and went through his body. Then a sharp white light pierced through Pengda's body and dashed toward the wall behind him. Tianyun didn't stop. He quickly pulled Pengda aside, trying to cut him in half. Pengda dodged very fast. He managed to dodge the fatal attack. The cut came from his shoulder and cut off half of Pengda's body. Pengda quickly dodged to the side after dodging. His strong recovery ability was demonstrated. The half of his body started to grow back quickly. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had recovered. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to recover completely. He dodged, but Tianyun wasn't slow either. After the first attack failed, he chased after him again. Trying to escape, Tianyun's eyes were cold. He thrust his knife at Pengda again. The short dagger gave off an extremely sharp light. No matter how short the dagger was, it turned into a long knife that could cut off a river. Peng De was scared out of his wits when he saw Tianyun attacking fiercely again. He was seriously injured. It was hard for him to fight back, let alone fight back. Especially the star venerable level weapon in Tianyun's hand. Peng Da's strong body was like tofu to him. It was cut off by one cut. Peng De turned around and ran to his companions. He didn't dare fight against Tianyun anymore. However, he didn't run far. The knife came down again. It was accompanied by Tianyun's cold light. Die! Peng De didn't dodge this attack. It cut Peng De in half. Even his soul was cut in half. A strong late-stage Grand Star Venerable was killed just like that. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. Chapter 22-27. Ding. Successfully killed Peng De, obtained 2 billion star energy points and 1,500 kill points. Obtained Golden Scale Beast's Bloodline. Golden Scale Beast Scale. Giant Beast Clan's Key. Rare. Tianyun did not leave Peng Da's soul behind. He killed him directly. In his opinion, capturing the others to search their souls would be the same. They had all come here together, so they should know about the same things, so there was no need to leave Peng De behind. Most importantly, Peng De was stronger. He was a giant beast in the late Star Venerable stage. He surpassed Peng De in every aspect. To avoid a comeback, Tianyun killed him directly, leaving no future trouble. God knew what kind of moves Peng De would use later. Anyway, he killed him before he could react. After killing him, the group was dumbfounded, especially the companions who had just surrounded them. They had just wanted to come to the rescue, but it was too late. Tianyun had easily killed Peng De with his blade. That short dagger could easily kill a giant beast in the late Star Venerable stage. A giant beast in the late Star Venerable stage was a nature-defying existence. It was definitely much stronger than a cultivator in the late Star Venerable stage of the same level. But Tianyun had killed it easily, as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Under such a state, they were truly horrified. Their boss had already been killed. As for them, wouldn't they be able to deal with them easily? Star Venerable level treasure. Do Long almost swallowed his tongue. He was scared silly by the weapon in Tianyun's hand. Who would have thought that Tianyun would have a Star Venerable level treasure? They were not very familiar with weapons. They had only started to get used to them recently. In their previous state, they could not use any weapons. They could only use their bodies. Now that they were cultivators, they could use weapons and martial arts techniques. But no matter how much they could use martial arts techniques and weapons, they were not familiar with them. Seeing Tianyun use a Star Venerable level weapon, they were really scared. They knew what it was. Tianyun held the Star Venerable level treasure in his hand and walked forward step by step. He looked at them and said with a faint smile, "What did you say this place was?" "The Hell's Gate. I wonder if this is the gate of hell that we're heading to, or your gate of hell." Do Long and the others swallowed their saliva. This time, it was really over. Now, it was Tianyun blocking the exit. If they wanted to escape, they had to defeat Tianyun. In an instant, the situation was reversed. They were all confused by the situation. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Kill our way out. Do Long and the others gritted their teeth and rushed over. Since they were trapped, even if they died, they had to fight with the other party. Do Long and the others rushed over. Tianyun wore a calm expression, holding a Star Venerable dagger in his hand. He guarded this place tightly like a door god. Kill our way out. Can you kill your way out? Tianyun smiled calmly. He took a step forward and slashed down quickly. A sharp light gushed out of the dagger. As he slashed down quickly, he killed a giant beast effortlessly. His opponent's cultivation was even lower than his. Facing a stark, venerable level treasure, he was even more vulnerable. Do Long and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They did not pay attention to their companions. The remaining two people split up and ran to the sides, trying to distract Yi Tianyun so that they could escape from the sides. However, before they could come over, Tian Yuan and Tian Xing Huan blocked one side each. They blocked the way completely. "Have you forgotten us?" Tian Yuan and the others sneered. They might not be as strong as Yi Tianyun, but it was not a problem for them to stop them. "Kill!" Do Long and the others shouted angrily. The giant beast's power doubled again, but it was meaningless. Soon, Yi Tianyun rushed over. With the help of Tian Yuan and the others, he killed the two giant beasts easily. Among them, Do Long's soul was slashed to the point where it was held in his hand. "If you want to kill us, just kill us. The giant beasts will never surrender." Do Long did not choose to surrender even at the moment of death. "Don't worry. I didn't ask you to surrender. Even if you surrender, I won't want it." Yi Tianyun sneered and used the super soul searching technique to search Do Long's soul crazily. After a while, Yi Tianyun let go of Do Long's soul slowly. He had searched all of Do Long's memories. Without waiting for the other party to scream, he directly crushed this ball of soul. As countless light spots dissipated, Yi Tianyun's cold and serious expression appeared in front of Tian Yuan and the others. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Tian Yuan and the others could feel that something was wrong. Yi Tianyun's expression changed, as if he had run into something serious. Under normal circumstances, he should be happy after killing so many giant beasts. Moreover, it was killing those above his level. Not only was Yi Tianyun not happy, but he also had a serious expression, indicating that something must have happened. "The situation is a little complicated. I roughly know their plan," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "Oh, Brother Yi, what did you deduce this time?" Tian Yuan and the others looked over seriously. Yi Tianyun had guessed correctly all this time. This was definitely not wrong. Little did they know that Yi Tianyun had obtained the memories. How could this be a deduction? This was the real plan. A large number of giant beasts have already infiltrated. This is the first batch. There will be other giant beasts mixed in later. They are still outside breaking the door. Soon, they will all come in. The main plan is to open this door and then destroy the purple gold divine pavilion. All the cultivators who enter will be buried alive. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, "Destroy the purple gold divine pavilion and bury them alive," they gasped. There were so many cultivators here. If they were all buried alive, there would be no strong cultivators on planet Red Moon. It could be said that planet Red Moon had returned to primitive times overnight. How can we destroy the purple gold divine pavilion? Even a divine star venerable wouldn't be able to destroy such a sturdy purple gold divine pavilion, let alone a great star venerable. They found it unbelievable. How could such a sturdy place be destroyed? So their priority is to open this door and find the control of the purple gold divine pavilion. Then they can mobilize the power of the purple gold divine pavilion to besiege and kill them. If they don't have this ability, they will destroy it. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "That's the basic situation. They also have helpers mixed in." Helpers? What helpers? They couldn't imagine. Chapter 22-28. Yi Tianyun had been guessing before. He felt that the giant beast race's shocking evolution reminded him of the evil spirit race and the green demon race. These two races evolved by devouring bloodlines. The giant beast race was very powerful, but they were very lacking in the ability to evolve. Or rather, they didn't know how to evolve properly. Now that the evil spirit race and the green demon race had joined, the meaning was completely different. This time, they would be able to evolve successfully and further strengthen themselves. This kind of thing did not surprise him. He had already guessed it before, so he was not very shocked. If there was one thing that shocked him, it would be that the headquarters of the colossal beast race had yet to be found in their souls. He was very surprised by such a strict situation. He also didn't know where the headquarters of the giant beast race was. The evil spirit race and the green demon race. Their expressions changed slightly. They did not have much contact with the evil spirit race, but they knew how disgusting this race was. The one that left the deepest impression on them was the green demon race. It could be said that Tian Yuan had always been fighting against the green demon clan. In the end, he had barely managed to destroy the green demon clan. However, the real situation was that it was only a branch of the green devil race. The real headquarters of the green devil race wasn't here. From the memories of Do Long and the others, there was no relevant memory. There was only one impression, and that was that the green demon race had sent people to meet with them. The evil spirit race and the green demon race both gave the giant beast race an extreme evolution ability so that the giant beast race could evolve towards the side of cultivators. The effect was very obvious, and the giant beast race was very satisfied. Back then, the giant beast race had been defeated largely because they didn't know martial arts, nor did they know how to use weapons. Only in the battle between cultivators would they be defeated and forced to retreat. After all, an additional weapon and martial arts would have a completely different meaning. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Thus, when the evil spirit race and the green demon race gave the plan, they basically hit it off and the two immediately began to cooperate. They were not very clear about the more detailed situation. It could only be said that their status was not high enough. That's right, it's the evil spirit race and the green demon race that made them undergo this evolution. They were now in an alliance, and they were very powerful. No one knows where his real residence is, Yi Tianyan said in a low voice. Most importantly, the giant beast race doesn't know much about internal information. Brother Yi, how do you know so much? Tian Yuan and company were extremely curious. This wasn't even a deduction, right? You all saw how I searched his soul, just now. That's how I got so much information. I can't just rely on deduction, right? Yi Tianyan said calmly, Soul search. They were shocked. Soul search could search so many memories. How was this possible? They didn't ask in detail, as this was a private matter. The world was vast, and anything could happen. It wasn't surprising that Yi Tianyan had a special soul-searching ability. Does that mean that those who really know the inside information are either of a higher status or have a stronger cultivation? They're so powerful, yet they don't know. Doesn't that mean that only divine star venerables and above would know? Skyker Yuan's expression also turned serious. In other words, they have divine, star venerable powerhouses. That's right. Brother Tian's guess is correct. I think so too. Based on this situation, they definitely have someone with a higher status. Usually cultivation is equivalent to status, especially the control of the giant beast race's status, which is determined by cultivation. Yi Tianyan said in a deep voice, Divine Star Venerables. Even Crimson Moon Planet doesn't know where Divine Star Venerables are hiding. Divine Star Venerables. They couldn't help but gasp when they thought about it. If they make a move, won't we be finished? Once Divine Star Venerables appeared, Great Star Venerables were basically ants. This had always been the conclusion, and it couldn't be changed. If they could make a move, they would have made a move long ago. Why would they stay until now? Yi Tianyun's eyes were like torches, as if everything was within his calculations. They must be restricted by something, which is why they don't dare to make a move. Or maybe they're restricted by something, which is why they can't move freely. The five-colored Emperor Dragon could suppress them back then. Didn't they have other backup plans? Yi Tianyun felt that this should be the case. Otherwise, as Divine Star Venerables, they would have made a move long ago. It would be easy for them to crush Great Star Venerables. Why would they keep hiding? That's true. If there really weren't any restrictions, they might have made a move long ago. Tian Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. I just didn't expect the Green Demon race to be endless. The nest I destroyed was only a branch. Tian Yuan found it hard to accept. This was a bit of a blow. He thought they had really destroyed the Green Demon race, but that wasn't the case. Well, this isn't unexpected. Even the evil spirit race is hard to destroy, let alone the Green Demon race. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He had been fighting against the evil spirit race in the lower realm. He didn't expect to come here and run into them. How could he not feel disgusted? Now that the three most terrifying families had joined hands, one could imagine what kind of disgusting things would happen. It would really bring disaster to the entire world. Now, we should hurry up and enter. We should seize control of the purple gold divine pavilion. Before they do, Yi Tianyun stared at the golden door in front of them with a burning gaze. As long as they opened the golden door, they would be able to enter the inner area. They soon arrived in front of the golden door. It was tightly sealed, and the densely packed golden patterns on it were enough to make many cultivators retreat. How could they break through such complicated golden patterns? Even Yi Tianyun couldn't find any flaws after carefully examining it, let alone other cultivators. It was obvious that only a higher-level star tattoo master could break through it. Brother Yi, can you see anything? Tian Yuan smiled bitterly. There was no doubt that he didn't know where to start. It's difficult. This star tattoo is too difficult. I'm afraid that only a level 6 or 7 star tattoo master or above would be able to find a way to break through it. Yi Tianyun also shook his head. He felt that it was difficult to break through it. In his current situation, he wouldn't be able to become a level 6 or 7 star tattoo master even if he threw all his star energy into it. The star energy required was too high, and he couldn't satisfy it at all. A level 6 or 7 star tattoo master. There aren't any level 6 or 7 star tattoo masters in the entire Crimson Moon planet, right? Even a level 5 star tattoo master would be hard to come by. Tian Yuan smiled bitterly. So you're saying that we can't go in and can only wait outside like idiots? I wonder how the giant beast race plans to break through it. Chapter 22-29. They didn't think that it would be possible for those giant beasts to break the complicated star patterns in front of them. Before they came, they had been fiddling with it, but they didn't see anything. They didn't even leave a trace. As for whether the giant beasts had a level 6 star tattoo master, they definitely didn't have one. The giant beast race was completely inept in this aspect. It was only recently that they were able to evolve into this appearance. Therefore, it was only recently that he became a cultivator. This meant that he could cultivate martial arts, star runes, and the like. It was impossible for them to become a level 6 star tattoo master in such a short time. Yi Tianyun didn't find anything useful in his memories. Pengda and the others had set up camp here to prevent other cultivators from breaking in. He guessed they were waiting for the evil spirit race or the green demon race to come and break it. After all, they really couldn't break it with their abilities. It was extremely difficult to break through the star patterns or through brute force, especially breaking it with brute force. That was basically impossible. The materials here were absolutely amazing. Even star venerable level treasures would be destroyed if they collided with them. At least Yi Tianyun felt that if he broke it, he would only injure himself. He wouldn't destroy the gate. If it could be destroyed, someone would have done it long ago, instead of leaving it until now. It seems that I don't know how to open the gate. Yi Tianyun looked it up and down, trying to see if there was a keyhole. After looking for a long time, there was no keyhole. It meant that the purple gold divine pavilion key in his hand was useless. This was obviously awkward. Didn't it mean that the key was useless? He could only use the key in the future. When they were feeling around the gate, they suddenly felt a few auras behind them. They quickly turned around. They saw a few familiar figures. It was the Chu family. They didn't expect the Chu family to come here. Instead of following the map, I didn't expect you to also notice the situation here. Yi Tianyun squinted and looked over. He didn't expect Jing Xian to come here. He felt that it was very likely that Jing Xian could also deduce some things and find the real location. That would depend on how long it took for him to make a judgment. Now, it seemed that the time spent was very short. It seemed that Jing Xian's ability was really not bad. When Chu Hatong and the others saw the situation, their eyes widened. They didn't expect to find the entrance here. Just by looking at this door, one could tell that it was not an ordinary door. If it could be opened, there must be a lot of treasures inside. That's right. My judgment was a little late, and I was a lot slower than you. However, it seems that we're not too late. Jing Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as if she had met a worthy opponent for the first time. Yi Tianyun was ahead of her step by step, which made her feel very strong. She did not have that sense of control. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said frankly, "Indeed, we didn't come too late. There's no point for us to come early. The door basically can't be opened unless your star rune ability is at least level 6 or 7. Otherwise, it's impossible to open." Since he couldn't get in anyway, there was no harm in saying it out loud. Tian Yuan and the others were calmer this time. They didn't feel too afraid facing the Chu family's 7 great star venerates. After seeing the power Yi Tianyun had displayed, they finally understood why they weren't afraid of the Chu family. If they really fought, they might not be able to crush them, but it wouldn't be a problem to make them suffer great losses, especially that devouring the starry sky, which really scared them. Jing Xian didn't reply. She walked over and observed the door carefully. Chu Hatong and the others looked over, but they didn't argue with them. There were no treasures to fight for at the moment, and it was difficult to open the door. There was no need to fight to the death. After observing it carefully for a while, Jing Xian nodded and said, "That's right. It's indeed impossible to open it. You need at least a level 6 or 7-star rune master to open it. It's quite difficult. It's basically impossible to open it. Does that mean we can only look at it and not go in?" Chu Hatong asked doubtfully. "That seems to be the case." Jing Xian touched the star patterns on the door and said calmly, "It's a bit complicated, but we must fulfill some conditions to open the door. As for what the conditions are, it's really hard to tell." Jing Xian turned her head to look at Yi Tianyun and said with a faint smile, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jing Xian. May I know how to address you, young master?" "Tianyun." Yi Tianyun said his real name directly, but he only said the last 2 words. He still admired Jing Xian and thought it would be good to get to know her. "So, it's young Master Tianyun. You're quite good at this. You figured out the real goal so quickly. What do you think about this door? Can we discuss it?" Jing Xian said with a faint smile. "What's in it for us to discuss it?" Yi Tianyun asked with a smile. "There's basically no benefit, but I can guarantee that our Chu clan won't do anything to you. Is this enough sincerity?" Jing Xian was like the clan leader, directly deciding things for Chu Hedong and the others. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. From Jing Xian's words, he could tell that she had a lot of power to decide. Chu Hutong didn't have any opinions at all. Everything was decided by her. This made him very curious about Jing Xian's true identity. Could it be that he was the next patriarch? This is indeed a great sincerity, Yi Tianyun said with a faint smile. Since that's the case, I'll be generous and tell you what I can find out. Yi Tianyun reached out to touch the golden door and said calmly, I feel that this golden door lacks blood. When I touched it, I felt a blood-sucking feeling, as if it wanted to suck the blood out of my body. It needs to absorb blood to open the door. Oh, there's such a feeling? Why don't we feel it? Chu Hutong and the others reached out to touch it, but they didn't feel anything special. I don't feel it either. Tian, Yuan shook his head. I feel it too, Tian Xinhuan said in surprise. I wanted to say this before, but I thought you all felt it too. I feel it too. Jing Xian's eyes flashed. As expected of young Master Tianyun, you're very thorough. Chapter 2230. Yi Tianyun did not believe that Jing Xian could not guess it. He felt that Jing Xian could definitely guess it, and was just asking him. As for why the Chu family did not fight with them, Jing Xian had said from the start that they would not be enemies, so there was no point in saying that. To put it bluntly, Jing Xian just wanted to continue probing him to see how much he knew, so that she could evaluate him. It was impossible for Jing Xian to have a good impression of him. Jing Xian's expression was completely like a nun's. It was impossible for her to have a good impression of him. It was purely a test. I only sensed it a little. It seems that young Master Tian Yun guessed more and knows more. Jing Xian did not deny her thoughts. She looked at him and smiled. Then, I wonder if young Master Tian Yun has any thoughts about this blood? What thoughts can I have? Isn't it very direct? Just spray the blood on it. As for how much is needed, that will depend on the requirements of this door. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said indifferently, currently, it seems like this is the method. As for the other methods, I am not too clear. Since the door needed their blood, they could only spray it with their blood. As for what would happen later, he did not know. He could only sense one thing, and that was that this door needed a specific type of blood. While they were talking, a group of figures suddenly appeared behind them, causing them to turn their heads to look. What appeared in front of them was actually the Zhu family. When the Zhu family appeared, they naturally saw the arrogant Zhu Xing. So, this is the real passage. I almost missed it. Zhu Xing cursed as he followed them over. When he saw them standing there, his eyes lit up. Little sister Jing Xian, it seems that you also found the real entrance. I was just about to go find you and tell you about the real entrance. Zhu Xing smiled as he walked over. It looked like he was the one who found it. The real situation was naturally not found by him, but by the other elders. Since they could become a great family of Scarlet Moon Planet, they definitely had considerable strength. It was not surprising that they were able to find the problem. No need. It is not difficult to find the real entrance. Jing Xian's expression was indifferent. She really did not have a good impression of him. I don't think so either. It's just that it took some time to find some treasures. Zhu Xing was very thick-skinned as he smiled and said, I definitely believe in little sister Jingxin's ability. From the looks of it, you should be the first to find this place, right? Zhu Xing glanced at Yi Tianyun and didn't pay much attention to him. In his opinion, Jing Xian should be the first to find it. However, as for Yi Tianyun and the others, they were not too happy. They were the first batch to enter, and now they were still here. Their speed was really fast. However, from his point of view, this was meaningless. They were a little slow, but it didn't seem like there was any benefit to entering earlier. No, it was young Master Tianyun who found it first. I only arrived later. Jing Xian answered truthfully. Although she didn't really like Zhu Xing, she would still answer what she needed to answer. They found it first again. Zhu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Tianyun and the others again. Which family are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Us. I don't belong to any family, Yi Tianyun said lightly. Don't belong to any family? They were all shocked. 3 great star venerables did not belong to any family. How did they come out? They all had suspicious looks on their faces. They didn't think it was possible. It was very likely that they were hiding their families. Impossible. You are all from the Tian family. Chu Hutong stepped forward and pointed it out. You seem to have been working with the Tian family. As for the other 2, the Heavenly Star Ring's great star venerables are from the Tian family, right? It wasn't just Chu Hutong. Some of the other elders also recognized Tian Yuan and the others. There were only a few great star venerables, so they could more or less recognize them. Zhu Xing and the others didn't know much. Zhu Xing's eyes were filled with disdain when he glanced at them. So, you are from the Tian family. I didn't expect such geniuses to appear in the Tian family. However, it doesn't matter if you came in earlier. You can't open this door, anyway. You are waiting here for nothing. Zhu Xing knew about the Tian family's situation. The Tian family's overall situation was average. It was much worse than the Zhu family. They still didn't forget to mock them. So what if they came in earlier? They still had to wait here obediently. Yi Tianyun couldn't be bothered to argue with them. The Heavenly Star Ring wanted to retort, but Tian Yuan stopped her. He told her not to act rashly. Zhu Xing was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Quarreling with him would only make things worse, especially since Zhu Xing was backed by the Zhu family. She could only swallow her anger and bear with it for a while. Can't say anything? Zhu Xing mocked. Then let me see how you open this door. Zhu Xing pretended to approach the door and extended his hand to touch it. However, he couldn't figure out how to open it. He had relied on his talent to reach his current cultivation. He didn't have any other abilities. Can you tell? Yi Tianyun asked calmly. I can tell. This golden door doesn't have a switch. You can only enter by breaking the star runes. It's the same as those treasure houses outside. Zhu Xing was very thick-skinned and said a bunch of nonsense. What's the difference between that and not saying anything? Yi Tianyun said calmly. Oh, it seems like you have a good idea. Then tell me, other than my method, what other method can you use to break it? Zhu Xing immediately felt unhappy. How dare he talk about him? Young Master Tianyun, I've already analyzed it. As long as we use blood, we can break it. Moreover, this blood can only be used by a specific cultivator. Jing Xian helped to answer. The Chu family and the others all smiled, faintly. He didn't have any ability, yet he still came to show off in front of them. It was really embarrassing. Huh. Zhu Xing was startled. Immediately, a ball of fire appeared in his heart. He didn't expect to be mocked. This made him angry. I can tell, too. When I touched it just now, I felt that this door wanted to suck my blood. I just didn't say it out loud. The thick-skinned Zhu Xing immediately retorted. He was a typical person who wanted to save face. Yi Tianyun shook his head. For a family to have such a genius, yet they didn't properly discipline him. It was really a tragedy. A genius was a genius, but he was lacking in some aspects. With this kind of character, if he didn't have the Zhu family as his backing, he would have died countless times.